How's it going, everyone? I don't even know who we talking about, Samuel. I haven't looked at my Discord for a while. Yeah, so I hope you guys have not been on the Girls Frontline Twitter at all. What's wrong with my mic? Uh-oh. That's the problem. There we go. I had a laugh on a video. I saw a schizo talking about how you are a grifter and enforcing your opinions on others. That's interesting. Have I gotten big enough? Have I gotten big enough that I have targets now? I got a target on my back. That's pretty interesting. Anyway. But yeah, make sure you avoid Twitter today. Like, I opened it twice, and I immediately got a spoiler both times. Yeah. People usually say, hey, I don't really see spoilers on Ghost Frontline. And I'm like, guys, you just haven't seen people get excited yet. Yesterday night, yeah. I didn't get anything yesterday night. I got stuff this morning. Alright, it's the usual. Gonna give myself 4 to 5 hours. And if we don't get done by then we'll do the rest on Thursday. So let's go ahead and get started. I made sure nothing was wrong. Yeah, it doesn't look like that much. TBH. Alright, make sure everything's good. You know what? I totally forgot to check my other streams. Make sure everything is good. Yeah, that's fine, and yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're all good. Alright, let's get started. I sit on the sofa in front of the French window, overlooking the city view of Lviv. Hey Recon, how's it going? As a white zone city, Lviv's urban area is bright and clean, and compared to the previous green zone cities, it is completely different from the product of the same society. I'm going to check. Don't worry, I got it. Thanks for the super chat, Dylan. My week's been okay. It's been okay. The traffic on the road is rolling, and the high-rise building built by the consortium stand tall, Everything here seems to have nothing to do with the world outside the distant barrier. This place is even better built than the big cities I remember, and 10 years have concentrated various resources in these core cities. If it weren't for staying in the yellow zone all the time and only looking out here, I might even have the illusion that everything has indeed became better than 10 years ago. We are the French. Pulling her attention back behind me, I forgot who Kolf was, what that translates to. Jump back and forth on the huge bed, making Kolfing, making strange noises while bouncing. Wow! The bed here is 10,000 times softer than on the Elmo. Kolfing failed to control her balance when she dropped too high, resulting in a click sound with her head down and the landing on the bed first, then being bounced to the ground. It hurts. Alright, Kolfing, you messed up the bed. Sorry, let me smooth it out again. Kolfing got up from the ground, making the bed, looking around the room in surprise. This room is so luxurious. I never thought a hotel room could be so luxurious. Commander, were you really some extraordinary person before? Didn't you already heard this story, Kolfing? Does it need to explain it again? No, this is also my first time staying in a room like this. Really? I thought, Commander, you had lived this kind of life before going into the Yellow Zone. How's that possible? This kind of person's life has always been incompatible with mine. Even in the past, I was just a small contractor employee. Really? I always felt like, Commander, you're hiding something. Our location is on the top floor of the Lviv State International Hotel, consisting of 3 suites. In addition to 2 bedrooms, there is also a living room for reception, providing ample space. In addition to luxurious furniture, the room is filled with magnificent artworks everywhere. Thanks to the past, we did not undergo any inspection throughout the entire journey, and even the hotel front desk handed us the keys without saying a word. Although the security unit was repeatedly restless on the way because they saw the 2 humanoid figures, the 2 dolls, next to me and several suspicious suitcases they were carrying. They all rolled their eyes and walked away after scanning our ID tags. It has to be said that this experience, which I haven't had before in the Yellow Zone, is quite fresh. Although the dolls of Team 2 didn't take the same intercontinental train as us, according to reports, their journey was also relatively smooth. Kolfing, can you lend a hand? Kolfing and Groza opened their suitcases one by one, and they took out all the equipment, big and small, from the suitcases. Kolfing conducted a brief inspection of the weapon, and then placed it in the large safe in the dressing room. And Groza unfolded and pieced the devices together in the living room, and soon a brand new closed communication server was plugged in. The debug Type 70 bidirectional low-frequency MES system started up, and Groza connected to the encrypted level 2 layer to communicate with other teams. Commander, both the 4-4 and Monsu teams have entered the designated safe house and are deploying their equipment. They will check the nearby high ground later. Well, let them not attract too much attention. Before departure, send us the action route for us to check. Okay, I'll get in touch. By the way, is the scheduled contact time for Springfield approaching? There are about 10 minutes left. Okay, she called over and told me. Rosa nodded and began communicating with the second team before the mission. I took out a bottle of sparkling water from the refrigerator, which was crystal clear and had delicate silver foil on the surface. I sighed. May this bottle of water cost me the same reward as my 1-month mission in Yellow Zone. What was the spoilers I saw? Like, as in what impact it was? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a surprise spoiler. So, yeah, I won't be surprised when things happen. I unscrewed the bottle cap and the bitter and stimulating liquid flowed through my tongue. Sparkling water's bitter? Not from my experience. Slightly relieving some of my fatigue. Commander, have you started to join life? Oh, from down the line. How's the new job? Not great, but I'll leave it at that for now. That's a conversation we can have another time. Maybe after all of this. A mocking sound came from my headphones, and I quickly scanned my surroundings, searching for possible hidden cameras. Don't be so nervous, Commander. I just borrowed Kolfine's visual permission. As soon as I connected, I saw the Commander drinking expensive drinks. I looked behind me and found that Kolfine was indeed sitting by the bed looking at my position. I immediately walked out to Kolfine and turned her head to the other side. Huh? Okay, that's it. Don't look at me for now. I pressed my earphones to continue the call, only after ensuring that Dandelion couldn't see me. What's wrong? Any news? I'm here to give regular reports. Now the Elmo is docked at the Intercontinental Station where you departed, located near the Green Zone barrier. I don't think anyone dares to blatantly attack here. I have already placed the order for the fuel for the helicopters, and the nearby hidden merchants are transporting the goods over so that the 3 teams can pick you up from Lviv at any time. Speaking of which, Commander, when I placed the order, I found that the amount in the account of the Elmo was really meager. Did you hack into my account? Hey, how can it be called hacking? I am doing effective cost matching for you, Commander. I really appreciate you. The ML Express is just so tight. If you can't see it, you can use the salary that the RNC sent you to subsidize the car. Commander, not only did you ask me to help you for nothing, but you also asked me to voluntarily pay for your work? That's so humane. Oh, it's so inhumane. Sob, sob. If you're a broke boy, just say so. Faced with Dandelion's lack of acting skills, I chose to ignore her entirely. How are the third generation dolls and Melanie in the car now? For now, it seems several dolls of the Cruiser Squad have been monitoring them for a while, so there shouldn't be any problems for at least a little bit. There have been 80 new developments for now. Regarding the Girard group, they seem to have a press conference today. If there is any noteworthy information in that meeting, I will synchronize it with you. It should be. El Inferno. It should be on the live tab. Okay, please. Commander, Springfield's regular contact letter has been sent. Good. Then contact us here first, and we will synchronize if there are any new situations. Okay. Another act, Rosa, and Springfield's communication was plotted to my earphones. Springfield, is the mission going smoothly? Should we meet up with Gelin this time? At this time? Yes, we are now by Miss Gelina's side. However, Springfield hesitated for a moment, and I smelled a hint of unease. Smelled? She is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, and I heard that you have arrived in Lviv. Can you please come over here to visit her? The hospital? What happened? Springfield didn't speak immediately. I could hear someone whispering to her next to her. Sorry, Commander. The information is very complex and may not be clear in communication. It's better to talk about the specific situation face to face. I have sent you the coordinates. Miss Gelina hopes to communicate with you face to face as well. In flashbacks now. Okay, it's probably still unlisted then. I'll make it live after we finish this cutscene. I understand. I'll come as soon as possible. I'm very sorry, Commander, for causing you trouble. It's nothing. Are you okay? Well, none of the dolls have anything. Only Miss Gelina. Anyway, I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance. Got it. Give me some time. With the communication completed, I fell into contemplation. Springfield mentioned that Gelina was in the hospital. What was Fangtain again? Yeah, I can't remember what Fangtain translated to. Did Fangtain and Gelina get attacked during Gelina's handover? Oh, the Zokuro. I want to say it was Zokuro. I suddenly became alert. If Gelina could be taken away so blatantly in the White Zone urban area, then Namfa may not have formed effective control over Lviv. This also means that Kruger's previous public trial for the Girard group may not necessarily be successful. I recall something that happened in a city called Belgrade. Oh, yeah, Belgrade. It should be Belgrade, right? And if I had to deal with conflicts at this level, I suddenly felt that I didn't have enough power in my hands. Rosa, we are ready to set up for its coordinates. This coordinates. The hospital? What happened? Something happened to Gelina, and I'm not quite sure about the details yet. I just received contact from Springfield. Gelina's handover should have been attacked. Gelina may have been injured. There was an attack? Is Gelina okay? I'm not sure yet, but let's leave as soon as possible. The Monsoon Squad stayed behind to continue collecting information near the hotel, and the 404 team kept a distance from us and went to the hospital together to maintain surveillance on the outskirts. Kalina's in labor. Understood. I will issue the command. Dolphin, help the commander organize the equipment. After all, when we go to the hospital, we just need to bring a handgun. Squad 404 carries long-range weapons. Be careful not to be targeted by security units. Rosa and Dolphin nodded to each other and then went to prepare. I pressed my temple and couldn't help but admire my intuition that this trip to the villa would not be so smooth sailing. Alright, give me a second to unlock the thing on my YouTube. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit to navigate there. It is unlisted. My bad. Alright, it's public now. Anyone who needs to see part 1 of this event is up now. Taxis took us to the entrance of the hospital, and to my surprise, this hospital was completely different from what I remembered. Freeman would be a father. What the? What's up with all the Freeman stuff today? What, is a spoiler is that Raymond shows up? That'd be pretty funny. Rather than calling it a hospital, it's more like we've arrived at another hotel. The distribution and design of green plants in the courtyard are very exquisite, and there is not much pedestrian flow in the passage leading to the inpatient department. I walked towards the gate where Springfield had been waiting for a long time. Commander, you're here. Rosa and Dolphin nod to Springfield, but I am more concerned about what happened. What's the current situation? I'm very sorry. We were attacked while meeting with Kalina. People from the Girard group? Let me explain. That was Big Daddy! It's Pimp King coming through! Kruger walked out of the building and changed to a more formal suit. What do you mean, a more formal suit? Got something more formal than that? Unlike the last time I saw him, his face is now covered in dark clouds. Kruger, why are you here? Well, after all, I bear an inescapable responsibility for what happened. Let's talk inside, Commander. Follow me. Only dolls, manager. Kruger turned his head and left, while I silently followed behind him. In the passage, several people wearing suits lifted their collars and said something, looking at us with alert eyes. I whispered a few words to Rosa, asking her to shut the Squad 404 not to conflict with Kruger's people. Rosa nodded and started communicating at level 2. At the end, Kruger pushed open a small door, and inside it was a small living room with another small door. My intuition told me that Kalina should be inside. In the corner of the living room, there is a petite figure who raised her hand to greet me, and I was not surprised by this. Eva walked up to the sofa, standing with her hands on her back. The other figures naturally walked up to her, while Kruger and I sat face to face on the sofas on either side. Kruger sat down and let out a deep sigh, then looked up and waited for my question. So Kruger, what exactly happened? You're right. The Girard group raided Helena's handover location and clashed with our field team and Kalina. Did they kidnap Helena? No, they didn't get anything. What? They surrounded the handover site using unknown means. All of our human members present were unconscious due to some unknown radiation, and so was Kalina. Our tactical figures maintained a standoff with the armed forces of the Girard group, and in the end, they did not let Girard and the others take Helena away. So, Helena is not in our hands either. Helena was taken away by 2 dolls from the Defy team. Defy? The situation of Defy should be described by the person involved. Leva was present at the scene at the time, and her record should be the most convincing. Leva nodded, took a step forward, and gave me a tablet. Long time no see, Commander. Let me explain the situation at that time. On a tablet is Leva's visual recording, which clearly shows a video of the confrontation with Girard's armed unit and 2 Defy dolls moving with a box. Leva used the information in the video to retell the process at that time. So at that time, the Girard group surrounded the warehouse and attempted to take Helena away. But during your confrontation with Girard, Defy suddenly appeared and took Helena away? That's right. At that time, the opponent demonstrated a strong level of electronic warfare and spread some kind of collapsing particles that we didn't detect, suppressing the actions of both the human and doll teams from the beginning. The opponent was led by a 3rd generation doll with strong physical strength, and even drew with AK-15 in subsequent battles. You serious? Commander, can you take a look at this paragraph? In the video, AK-15... Paragraph? They probably didn't mean paragraph, the part meant clip. In the video, AK-15 constantly engages in battles with a well-dressed human doll, causing AK-15 to fall behind at one point. After an explosion, the Defy dolls disappear without a trace. After this battle, he evacuated Helena in a sewer. It was immediately blocked by the Girard group. Is the Girard group so brave to directly attack the personnel of Namfa in a satellite city adjacent to the White Zone? Lena and the others first engaged in a firefight with an unknown mechanical body. And then the 3rd generation doll with security personnel surrounded the warehouse. In name, they are normal police. There are normal police responding after receiving the alarm. So is this standard for law enforcement? They did not violate the particular regulations of the white and green zones in terms of process. I have also contacted the CEO of the Girard group, who assured me that this was an unauthorized act by a subordinate, without informing him or obtaining his approval. Who would believe such nonsense? This person is already on their own, and there is no reason to attack us from their perspective, so I suspect that there may be some new unstable factors within them. Anyway, I will continue to exert pressure to ensure that the same attack does not happen again. We will do our best to retrieve Helena. At least she should be safe under the control of Defy. Why did Defy take Helena away? I think the Defy dolls at the time judged that the Girard group was about to take Helena, so they made an interception action. I agree with the rationality of this action, but although they have left National Security Agency StateSec, they still have the ability to establish contact with us. I am puzzled as to why there's been no response since they took Helena away. Melanie had previously said that there were agents from StateSec attempting to rescue her, and Defy had intricate connections with the agency. Maybe they were involved in the incident related to Helena earlier than me, but I still can't rest assured until I see that Helena is safe. Kruger saw the frown on his face and stood up to pat my shoulder. Seeing me lift my head, he pointed to the innermost small door and said to me, "We will further investigate the Helena's matter. Before that, why don't you go meet with Helena first? She's in this ward. She's feeling particularly down now. Maybe seeing you can help her regain some energy." Yes, I'll try to have a good chat with her. I nodded and stood up, with Colfine following behind me. Leva raised her hand slightly to stop her. "Let them be alone for a while." Colfine looked at Groza with confusion, and Groza nodded at Colfine, so she obediently walked back to where she was. Here we go. Time to CDX. Hold on, let me drink my coffee real quick. Oh, that's hot. Hold on. Okay. Got it. Now it's still hot after 10 minutes. My cup's really good. I opened the door and found Lena sitting by the bed. Oh, Commander's here. Lena gently shook her body lying on the hospital bed, but the other person did not respond. Lena? Lena turned her back to me and wrapped her body in a blanket without any reaction. Leave it to me. Lena nodded at me, jumped off the hospital bed, and walked out. Amanda, make sure you have a good chat with her. Lena whispered in my ear and walked out the door, closing the small one behind her. Yeah, I heard that swallow. I swallowed my saliva, even though I said so. I couldn't help but feel nervous. After adjusting my state slightly, I said to the other end of the hospital bed in a way... I said to the other end of the hospital bed in a way that made my voice as pleasant as possible. Lena, are you okay? Yeah, I guess she's not feeling well. I tiptoed to the bedside and tried to look at her face. Lena realized what I wanted to do, so she covered her head with a blanket and softly sobbed from the inside. I let out a deep sigh and could only sit by the hospital bed, quietly waiting for her to come out on her own. The unbearable silence pervaded the ward, making me feel increasingly uncomfortable. Anyway, I have to say something to break the deadlock. I set this in my mind. Speaking of which, Lena, did the black merchant you handed over to me before also use the one with the lowest prices before? I feel that the quality of their supplies is quite problematic when used. But I know that you are very strict with the use of funds, and it is understandable that to use cost-effective black merchants. I didn't expect that even though you became a counselor, you still managed the household diligently and earthily like before. How's that possible? Upon hearing these words, Gelin got so angry that she pulled her head out of the blanket and stared at me with wide eyes. Can't possibly use a cheap black merchant for you. I've chosen the best black merchant nearby. This is slander! Tears were still welling up in her eyes just now, and Gelin, who had taken off her suit, had an angry expression on her face that regained a hint of the once youthful feeling. Perhaps realizing her loss of composure, she covered half her face with a sheet and quickly wiped away her tears with her hand. Damn it! Commander, you just trick on me again. Seeing you still have your spirit makes me feel relieved. It was difficult for Gelin to retract into the blanket for a while, but I finally had the opportunity to have a good conversation with her. To cover the awkward atmosphere, I looked at the fruit basket by the bedside, which contained apples and a fruit knife. Do you want to eat an apple? I'll peel it. Gelin lowered her head without saying a word, and nodded silently for a moment. I picked up the apple and began to peel it carefully, while Gelina's eyes kept staring at the apple. I think she's really hungry. I handed the peeled apple to her hand, and Gelin, who picked it up, took a bite of it before tears streamed down her face. Sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't hold on to Helena. Her voice was light, but self-blame and regret almost overflowed from these few words. I don't know how to comfort myself, so after thinking for a moment, I can only respond simply. Helena and Defy are together, and it was fortunate that the Girard group was unable to take her away. Okay, we'll go with that. Just your body. My body's not important. How can it not be important? The important thing is that I have already lost Helena twice. I really don't have the face to see you. Don't take it too seriously. You can recover well. Don't worry, we can definitely find her. I know. Commander, you can definitely do it. You will definitely bring Helena back. Even if someone tries to cause trouble, you will definitely give the enemy a severe lesson. No matter what happens, you can always turn danger into safety. Helena arched her knees and buried her face deeply inside. But I can't do it. I'm clearly not good at commanding. Actually, I prefer sorting ammunition and writing reports, but there's no place for me to do those things anymore. When was the first time? I'm actually trying to remember that myself. Yeah, because... Yeah, I actually can't remember. I do know that she was under attack, but yeah, I don't recall Helena ever being stolen the first time. Yeah, Helena was put into a lab, but I don't think Helena was attacked there, was she? I don't think she was. There's no place for me anymore, so I had to do things I don't like. This is also an unavoidable thing, because I have to prove that even if I am alone, I can change something. And in reality, I just can't do it. Yeah, if you've seen the latest chapter for Girls Frontline 1, I feel like this may be the same writer. No matter how hard I try, I can't change anything. No matter how many people I catch, no matter how many criminals I eliminate, not to mention the entire Girard Sea, even the environment under my nose has not improved. Why? Why is it like this? Lena tightly grasped the bedsheets, and the folds of the bedsheet deepened with her force. At first, I was very angry about the decision, Commander. Why did you leave without saying a word? Why didn't you even want to tell me? Is it because I'm just a burden? No. It's just... I paused for a moment, but decided to say it out loud. Okay, so this is actually big. Why did the commander leave Kalina? We know about the dolls, but Kalina's different. Somewhat, kind of. You just shouldn't bear the kind of life without a future. You've already suffered too much, and your body won't be able to support it either. You don't need to be stuck in that vortex again. Commander, you never really looked at me from beginning to end. Perhaps in your heart, I will always be just a child. After joining the Namfa, I had seen your experience as a commander. From the moment I learned that so many things had happened to you, I realized that perhaps I am never qualified to stand by your side. Those who have already passed away, I cannot do their sacrifice and dedication. I have not even had the opportunity to try. No. Isn't that so? I won't blame you anymore, Commander. I know you're hiding everything from my perspective. The longer I stay at Namfa, the more I understand why you are disappointed with your NNC, Commander. Lena looked up at me, her gaze mixed with various complex emotions. Distress, regret, longing, and hope. I'm sorry, Commander. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. I just want to use this opportunity to reconnect with you. Even if it's just a transactional relationship between employer and bounty hunter. Damn. Yeah, this is definitely Roche Limit. Like, whoever wrote Roche Limit definitely wrote this. Because this is the exact same Kalina. 1,000,000,000%. Also, yes, what the Girard and Sea. Perhaps, after cooperation, can we go back to being like before? Ask Commander, you'll be willing to return to Namfa? In that case, we can be the same as before. You can command the battles, and I will support you from behind. Also, something fucking broke her. Holy shit. After saying these words, the hope in her eyes gradually disappeared, followed by a compromise and helplessness. But I don't want you to come back. I don't want you to go back to this terrible world. It's so bad here that I can't even see my glimmer of hope anymore. Everything just falls to script. Justice, fair, liberation, everything is fake. The power of the consortium is growing, and no one cares about the people outside the wall. After the first communication with you, even I was fantasizing that I would go to the Almo and give up everything now to stop immediately. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. For me, there is nothing to lose in the first place. If it's not my duty, why continue to suffer here? You know what? If I was commander at this point, I've been like, you know what? You just quit now. Like, you can just come with me right now. It's cool. Kruger can come too, although he won't. I'm sorry, Kalina. It was me who caused you too much pain that you shouldn't have had to endure. If I could. You can't. I know. Actually, you don't care about anyone, including yourself. Oof. Yeah, that's a big oof. No matter what, you'll eventually make such a choice, even if it means paying any price. I just want to become someone like you, even though I know how difficult this journey is. Yeah, it is true, because Commander is in that fuck you, I'm killing William phase. It's just... Lena couldn't continue speaking. He picked up the apple and took another bite, then reached out and handed it to me. Without hesitation, I took the apple and also took a bite of the flesh. Is this the way I do an indirect kiss? I guess it is, because Kalina smiled complexly, like the corner of her eye, and said to me, Commander, you are still too gentle, but this tenderness is already... Please, let me be quiet for a while. Lena laid down again and covered her head with the blanket. At this moment, I am speechless. I seem to have countless things I want to say to her, but when I open my mouth, I can't say anything. I put the apple on the table and stood up. After waiting for a moment, she still didn't react. I had to turn around, open the door, and walk out of the room. Kruger was right outside the door. Is she okay? I guess so. She says she wants to be alone. The failure operation dealt a great blow to her self-esteem. Yeah, I can see that. She is usually very competitive, but this time it happens to be a case related to you. Is there anything I can do? As if knowing I would ask, Kruger turned around and picked up a folder from the table, handed it to me. This is the information of Girard Group. I think you have also investigated the clues of Girard Group's cooperation with Paradis, as well as the information related to the amusement park project. Amusement park project? What exactly is that? This is also what we want to clarify. On the surface, this is a project that combines the removal of collapse pollution and an energy regeneration. and the person in charge of this project is a daughter of the president of the Girard group, named Orphaline? No, Orphaline. Orphaline.
オルフェルーネ。
Yeah, Orphaline.
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳細を発表する予定だ。
Yes, she will hold a press conference today for the amusement park project to disclose the technical details of the plan.
本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが。
Well, it says Orphaline for the translation, so I don't know which one they're going with. And originally arranged for Gelin to have contact with her, but as you can see, Kruger looks in the direction of the word. The most important thing for her now is rest. So, Commander, could you please take over for her? Okay, what exactly do you need me to do? I will arrange for you to have a media identity, and then you will establish contact with her from the perspective of a journalist to gather information about her understanding of the amusement park project. However, the most important thing is to ensure her personal safety. The Girard group is ready to provide us with complete evidence of their cooperation with Paradis, and the CEO's daughter is likely to be used as a hostage or target for retaliation to prevent them from doing so. So isn't just enough to protect her? There are some variables in the conditions of the Girard group, and I will push for completion as soon as possible. Before that, Alva did not want public opinion to perceive too much connection with Girard. Once information is exposed to the public, media controlled by the other conglomerates are likely to distort the event in another interpretation. You know, as you do. Is Orphaline? Okay. Do you want to control public opinion? I understand now. Yeah. I'll have Leva provide you with the intelligence report, and it's entirely up to you to decide on how you want to act. I think the weapons and dolls you brought should be enough for you to complete this task. If you need any more resources, feel free to contact me at any time. Yes, sir. If there's any disobedience or news about Helena... Any disobedience? Okay. If there's any issues or news about Helena, please let me know at any time. Or maybe that meant to say, if there's any news about Defy or Helena, please let me know. It's... I will for sure. Kruger paused for a moment. Welcome back, Commander. I feel much more at ease with you by my side. I haven't returned, but rest assured, Mr. Kruger, I will complete the task. Where did Lunacia start popping up on Shackboard? Are we saying that it's Lunacia that fucked up Kalina? Yeah, this theme is good. I like it. It's not my favorite, but it's the mood. After passing through layers of inspection, I stood at the entrance of the Girard Group headquarters and took a deep breath. Lunacia can't have rifles. True. The building of the group surprised me even more than the urban area of Aviv, with clean and shiny floors, holographic projections, and precise time flashing, and a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. All this made me instinctively uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, I just realized we're in Lviv. I literally just realized this. It's like, oh wait, the place we've been trying to get to for over a year, we're actually here. I just realized that. Looking at the layout inside the building, the first impression people have is that this is the future, but this future does not belong to everyone. I watched the bustling scene of crowded people at the entrance of the building and felt fortunate to be able to stay in the passage of the invited guest. The number of people on the fast track is sparse, and I was able to bring the dolls into the venue in a less conspicuous way. As I walked, I kept trying to loosen my collar a bit. The tie was like a noose. Oh, Commander's wearing a suit and he hates it. I don't know, I kind of like wearing suits, I like them. Necktie and all. I muttered, my fingers unconsciously touching my waist. That was supposed to be where my handgun was located. But now there's only a well-crafted pen and a press card there. I was wearing the suit sent to me by the hotel, and before that... Maki Huahua? What does that translate to? Spent a whole 3 hours giving me image training. From speaking style to walking posture, from social etiquette to professional terminology, wishing to reshape my whole person. Look at here. But I feel like I'm not wearing an ill-fitting outfit, but rather a piece of skin that doesn't belong to me. Several business people in line behind me coughed and cast dissatisfied glances, and then I realized that I had been standing at the checkpoint entrance for too long. Defy looks great as well. Well, I don't look as good as Defy, but yeah, I think suits are great overall. It's a matter of finding the right one or getting one custom made for you. Okay, it's time to start working. Chief reporter of Time Edge News Agency. Commander, your shoulders are too tight. No journalist stands so straight. Relax. Don't forget that your current identity is still the editor-in-chief. I haven't been to such a place in a long time. The air here has a strange smell. Does the editor-in-chief also get nervous by interviews? Probably. I shrugged and walked into the entrance of the Girard headquarters with my dolls under the displeased eyes of several people behind me. Entering the inner hall, the elegant and luxurious decorations have been dismantled and replaced by cold inspection equipment and strict security measures. There are still 6 hours left until the technology summit, hosted by the Girard Group, starts. The main venue located inside the building has been set up, and with the guidance of signs and receptionists, attendees in various media outlets have begun to prepare for entry step by step. Identity authentication successful. In the security check area, our media team disguised as the Times Vanguard news agency is conducting identity authentication in order. Under the leadership of my senior editor-in-chief, Groza and Kolfing followed me smoothly into the venue. Please come this way. After passing the certification, the receptionist took us inside the venue. On the other side of the glass wall, there is a tea break and exchange meeting before the summit begins. The receptionist stopped near the staircase and handed me a card with a smile from behind. This is the room card for the business suite arranged by the organizer for you. There is still some time before the summit starts. You and your team can go back to your room and rest and prepare for the interview in the evening. Of course, if you're interested, you can also participate in the ongoing exchange meeting and perhaps discover valuable news before the press conference begins. Wishing you a pleasant day. Thank you. I smiled at the receptionist and watched the members of the team walk away together. Did the other teams come in? Weapons are still waiting on the other side of the building while trying to transport them in together with their work meals through the dining channel. Dining channel? That might mean dinner gate. Diner gate. And the deployment is completed. Luki will contact me. And the translation is throwing all sorts of stuff at me. Well, I hope they don't make any mistakes. What are we going to do next? Let's take a look at the situation inside the building first, so that we're going to have a response in case anything happens. Also, the young lady from the Girard group. I took out her ID photo and then carefully examined it. How hot is she? I always feel that this person's face is somewhat familiar. Have you seen her before? It's unlikely for me to have met her in person, but I am somewhat familiar with her. Perhaps just an unnecessary visual sensation. After checking our own condition, we decided to enter the communication meeting site first to explore the situation. After attending, researchers and scientists have arrived one after another at the conference venue, and several prominent industry veterans are being surrounded by various media outlets, hoping to dig out some forward-looking news about the summit from their mouths. Some inexperienced new researchers, on the other hand, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 around the tea table, seemingly chatting about some interesting gossip. I asked Rosa and Colfine to pretend to interview, while I myself search for. Let me look at the name again. I think it's Orphaline. Yeah, you guys chat a lot. Holy crap! You know, you guys should just don't talk, so I can scroll up when I need to. I think it's Orphaline. Search for Orphaline's yeah, Orphaline. Okay, Orphaline. I walked around the venue, but I didn't find any suspected targets. Maybe it's Maybelline. As I wandered aimlessly around the venue, I saw a group of young people dressed in simple clothes but with a scholarly temperament, gathering together to discuss something. I pretended to look at the group brochure, but in reality I was quietly listening to their conversation. Did you see the constipated expression on the teacher's face during the interview? Yeah, I saw it. Perhaps you've been asked about Orphaline? Indeed, everyone's only interested in young geniuses. Hearing the keyword Orphaline, I quietly moved to their side to hear more, clearly what they were trying to say. It seems that money is more important than doing research. At a young age, he's able to invest in a huge amount of money to build a laboratory and find many talented people like teachers to work with her. It's hard not to succeed. Alas, if my parents had fought harder when they were younger, maybe I would have been the one standing in that podium later. They're all Raymonds. The young students chatted with each other in a casual manner. They looked about the same age as Orphaline on her resume, and it was really difficult to talk about them with a calm mind when faced with such a peer whose achievements were vastly different. Did you watch your interview last month? It's about the period when she grew up, right? The teacher especially gave me a book and asked me to go back and study it carefully. As she spoke, she kept muttering, "If I had such a student, I wouldn't have to worry about retirement pensions anymore." Hey, teacher, don't think about lying flat so early. Your 50s are the age to break through. However, speaking of which, we ordinary people cannot simply replicate this legendary life of genius. So, did she really experience the Frankfurt incident as she... Okay. Or is she just that she deliberately said to add a touch of legendary color to her shiny resume? I don't know. 10 years ago, I was just a high school student and could only see the news about this on TV, right? Surviving as a witness to the Frankfurt incident. Such lies are really exaggerated. I suggest making up a more decent one next time, miss. Later on, they said something about Orphaline, but I almost couldn't listen at all. For the moment they mentioned that word, my thoughts were completely immersed in memories from 10 years ago. The flames of war in the new Soviet Union, Neo-Soviet Union, burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt, shattering the illusion of peace with the hands of people. Blood stained the scorched earth red, making countless live sacrificial offerings in the ceremony. Alarm, smoke, ruins. Desperate mothers, crying children, scattered figures. And the memory that was born because Xeon was open. Holy shit, I know this song. Dude, this is one of my favorites. Oh, there it goes. They're in Chief. Chief! Sorry, Colfine, I was vibing. When I regained consciousness, Colfine was actually looking at me. At some point, the venue gradually became noisy, as media personnel arrived one after another. Large-scale pre-conference interviews began. Now cameras and flashlights are everywhere around me. He was slow due to this shock. Oh my god. Although no one should remember my appearance anymore, for safety reasons, I still have to try my best to avoid being exposed on a large scale to these photography and video equipment. I'll go there to avoid the limelight. You stay inside the venue and continue to monitor. As soon as you notice Orphaline appearing, tell me immediately. Quickly bypassing the crowded crowd. The crowded crowd, I guess that makes sense. Well, it does make sense, actually. I walked through the revolving door and arrived at the terrace outside the venue. Compared to the venue, the terrace appeared much quieter. The cool breeze brushed my cheeks and then also freed me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard exploded with countless thoughts in my heart. I guess that works? Just never heard that phrasing before. Like, if that's a phrase, I never heard it before. Orphaline. Surprisingly, she is a survivor of the Frankfurt incident. The crowd was truly crowded. If this is true, what was her identity when she stayed there at the time? Are they civilians? A scholar? A soldier? Or even a member of Paradise? Is her ongoing amusement park project the layout that has continued since that event? Is there any involvement of... I don't know what that translates to. Baijo? Behind her dazzling resume? Or is she another Paradise leader pushed to the forefront after William's downfall? William mentioned, hit the deck! Just as I was lost in thought, a voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the Terrans. Respected guests, scholars, no, that's not correct. Together we gather together to witness the miracle of science. Oh no, it's too artificial. As head of Girard Biotechnology Department, I am honored. No, I am honored. Is there any difference? The sound comes from the other end of the Terrans, where there is a small pavilion, half covered by decorative plants. I turned my head slightly and saw a figure pacing there as if troubled by something. Idiot, why can't I memorize such a simple speech? A young woman's regretful voice came, followed by the sound of a stack of paper suddenly thrown to the ground. So those boring guys who wrote terrible articles, not right. Doesn't fit my style at all. Miss Orphaline should have a more magnificent, exciting, and scientifically accomplished speech. Suddenly looked at the person making a sound. Although there is still a certain distance from her, my intuition tells me that this is the target I'm looking for. However, I never expected to encounter the target person of the mission in such a place. As the daughter of the CEO of the Girard group, there was not a bodyguard around her. The girl in front of me calls herself Miss Orphaline. It's far from the elegant and confident scientist image in the information. Even her appearance does not match the photo. I quietly walked closer and finally saw her face clearly. Okay, who is she? To my surprise, she looked very young, almost like a fresh college graduate. At this moment, she was stomping her feet in frustration, trying to pick up the scattered paper again. But her plan was disrupted by a sudden gust of wind. Oh, she's cute. Cute is the right word for her, for sure. Don't fly away, come back! She chased after the scattered paper in panic, like a kitchen chasing a butterfly. When a piece of paper floated towards the edge of the Terrans, she almost reached out her whole body. Be careful. Seeing her about to fall off the Terrans, I didn't care if she was the target of the mission, so I quickly stepped forward. One hand grabbed her hem, and the other pulled her back, while the other grabbed the paper that was about to fly away. Oh no, she's cute. She was taken aback by the sudden pulling force, but quickly stabilized her figure and turned to face me. It was a young and delicate face, with golden eyes, sparkling with intelligence and pride, but at this moment it was more of a surprise and a hint of embarrassment. Who are you? Why eavesdrop on my practice? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just saw you almost fall on Terrence. I handed her the paper and she snatched it back with a blush of embarrassment on her face. This young lady would never make such a low-level mistake. I'm just confirming the wind direction. Confirming wind direction? Of course. As a rigorous scientist, understanding environmental parameters is a fundamental skill. For example, the current wind speed is about 5.3 meters per second, and the wind direction is southwest, and the humidity is about 43%. Tsundere spotted. As she spoke, she tried to quietly tidy up and her messy clothes and her hair, her undisguised panic appearing very deliberate. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Is this a disguise for her? I see. He is indeed a rigorous scientist. Or you're indeed a rigorous scientist. Do you need help picking up your other papers? She hesitated for a moment. I allow you to provide assistance, but don't peek at the content above. That's confidential scientific research. Understood, Miss Orphaline. You know me? I just heard you calling yourself that. But even if you don't listen, you can probably guess. The scientific genius of the Girard group, one of the keynote speakers of the summit. Your photos are everywhere. There shouldn't be any people who don't know you, right? Although she is now completely different from the delicate young lady in the photo, I'm afraid this is also the reason why there are so many media people in the venue, but no one noticed that the Terrence was the real one. Of course, I'm a world-renowned scientist, just not very good at dealing with these boring and tedious social situations. So you're hiding here to practice your speech? Where are you again? Why are you here? Could it be one of those annoying paparazzi? Do you want to secretly take a photo of me embarrassing myself? You're not allowed to say what I just said, and I won't admit it if you said it. I am indeed a journalist, but I'm not here to capture scandals. Actually, I am also avoiding noisy environment over there. I'm not used to crowded situations like that. Looks dazed, and then a hint of sympathy and understanding flashed in her eyes. In terms of identity, she's a bit too emotional. I really can't help it. I can barely believe you. After all, that kind of place is a bit suffocating. You seem nervous about the upcoming speech. Not that. Orphaline Girard is never afraid of any challenge, so Girard's her last name. It's just a speech, but I can still complete it with my eyes closed. She spoke but unconsciously crumpled the paper in her hand. The speech is indeed very challenging, especially in front of so many professionals. I've interviewed many world-class experts, many of whom feel nervous before giving a speech. Is that so? Of course. Nervousness is normal, especially when you truly care about your work and the opinions of your audience. They can all just want to hear the wonderful speech of the genius scientist, but these drafts, they don't even sound like what I would say. Then why prepare a speech that you don't even like? Because every time I try to explain my own way, most people don't understand. Her expression became complicated, as if recalling some unpleasant experiences. Last time I gave a speech in my own way, my assistant said it was a disaster. I heard that she later put on a lot of effort to erase the video recording from a public website. Holy shit. Yeah, that's like a disaster. By the way, guys, I think she's gonna be a Moglian. Just throwing it out there. Disaster? Holy shit. Okay. I have discovered a pigment molecule superstructure based on non-Euclidean spatial topology and a quantum entangled state of cross-dimensional photosynthesis that I am currently studying. It can achieve the conversion of dark energy to bioenergy through an anti-entropy increase. This mechanism is completely different from the dehydrogenase mediated proton pump coupled electron transfer chain that we commonly observe, but relies on a certain vibrational mode in the 11-dimensional word of string theory. Would you be interested in such a speech? If I knew like 90% of the shit you just said. That's about my reaction, yeah. Orphaline seems to sense my embarrassment and smiled indifferently. She just spoke in electricity. She spoke in electricity. That's a great way to put it. You see, so most people are not as interested in real knowledge as they imagine. Perhaps the problem lies not in the content, but in the way of expression. What do you mean? Complex concepts require metaphors and analogies to help the public understand. For example, can you use a simple metaphor to explain a core of your research? Is it like teaching a plant eat food outside of sunlight? I think that metaphor is very good. Continue. Explain this in potato. Imagine if plants could absorb different types of energy like humans. Not just relying on sunlight, for example. They could obtain energy from radiation and convert harmful substances into nutrients they need for their own growth. That makes a lot more sense. Her eyes gradually lit up, and her whole person became vivid. She began to use her hands to gesture and describe how her research could potentially change the ecosystem of polluted areas. Excellent. If we could speak like this on stage, I believe everyone would be attracted. Is that so? Are you just perfunctory with me? This young lady? Of course not. In fact, I am very interested in your research direction. You want to know about my research? The field of plant science that you specialize in is a direction I have been following and reporting on. And the argument of utilizing the binary state of plants to absorb radiation particles is a topic I am particularly interested in. Some journalists truly understand my research. I'm so... I mean, as a responsible scientist, I am glad to see that the media is interested in real science.
認めていただけたようで何よりです。実はあなたが研究している植物を
Arma, this is a new character. Her name is Orphaline. I am honored to have your recognition. In fact, I am not only interested in theory, but I have even seen the kind of plants you are studying. What? You said you've seen it before? I guess it's a mutant plant that looks similar to a pipilum, right? How did you know? Have you ever sneaked into our experimental base? Experimental base? This plant should only exist in our experimental fields and laboratories. In the outside world, it is strictly confidential. Orphaline muttered to herself, suddenly seeming to realize something. Wait, are you a spy sent by a competitor to expose my research? Mei Ling crying with tears streaming out of her face. I don't know what the fuck she's saying. I can't see that. Just Mei Ling crying because she can't understand a fucking word she says. I remember hearing my assistant say that before. Although I cannot prove it, the document and the invitation letter issued by your group can prove my identity as a legitimate media outlet, which can probably dispel your doubts. It doesn't look fake. Orphaline pouted and carefully examined my credentials, and just as the atmosphere became subtle, an elegant and steady female voice suddenly came from the Terran store. Miss, so here you are. I have been looking for you this a long time. I turned my head and saw a tall and elegant woman appearing there at some point, dressed in a sophisticated suit with gentle but sharp eyes. I was discovered. Orphaline trembled and instantly became a child caught stealing candy. Shit, what was her name? It wasn't Needle, it was, Eigla, yeah. Eigla! I just came by to get some fresh air. How is your speech prepared in 3 hours before the summit starts? Almost. It's already, almost ready. I'm just confirming some details at the end. The figure known as Eigla sighed helplessly and looked at Orphaline with a slightly indulgent expression. She elegantly bent down and helped pick up the paper on the ground. I see that you seem to have encountered some difficulties. Do you need my assistance? It's like you said, heck no. No. This young lady can completely handle it herself. Of course, there's no need to question your abilities. However, your makeup artist and stylist have been waiting in the suite for a long time. Eigla reached out and gently tidied up Orphaline's messy collar. And this lab coat is not suitable for tonight's occasion. I prepared a more suitable evening gown for you. She just does the tuxedo mask capes, man. I can see that. Unfortunately, I don't think her cape's that long to do that. Those clothes are too uncomfortable. It is necessary to endure occasionally for the honor of the Girard family, isn't it? As Eigla spoke these words, her gaze briefly swept over me. The warning contained in that gaze was self-evident. Hello. Thank you for accompanying the young lady. If you don't mind, I need to take her for the final preparation for the summit. Of course. There's no need to be polite. It's hard to talk to Miss Orphaline. She politely took out a business card from her chest pocket and handed it to me. If you have professional interest in the research of Miss, please feel free to attend tomorrow's special seminar. Of course, advance reservation is required. Her tone was polite and distant, but her eyes were filled with intense scrutiny and vigilance. By the way, what's your name? I'm the editor-in-chief of the Times Edge News Agency. You just saw my ID card. Alright, I just got looking at the stamp. Will you come listen to my speech? Miss, it's getting late. You have any questions, you can ask me after the speech. I will ask you seriously. Yeah, she got rizzed up. She's already rizzed up. That means she's going to die. Like, just think about it. New character, side character, not a main character. She's perfect for sudden death. Orphaline was guided away by Eigla, but still turned back to look at me, looking quite excited. Oh, and she's into the commander? Like, yeah. That's a recipe for death. Eigla also glanced at me along Orphaline's line of sight, with a gentle tone, but the warning became increasingly evident. I hope you can enjoy a scientific feast tonight, while also remembering everyone's position and responsibilities. Cross-border behavior always brings unnecessary trouble. Cross-border behavior. Damn it, don't always put pressure on others. I'm sorry. The two figures disappeared at the entrance of the terrace, and I stood there feeling the amount of information contained in the brief conversation just now. Orphaline is much simpler and unguarded than described in the materials, and of course, it cannot be ruled out that this is a form of acting. And Eigla, Girard's strongest doll, she probably doesn't know my identity yet, but her disgust towards my approaching Orphaline is very obvious. Based on the information from the Girard group and the video Leva showed me at the time, I can conclude that this third generation doll is likely our most difficult opponent to deal with. In the current situation, where the number of dolls is not very sufficient, it's better not to alert her for now. I looked at the business card left by Eigla in my hand, and besides the necessary contact information, there was also a small line of text on it. Curiosity is a driving force of science, but also the beginning of danger. Wishing you a wise choice. Oh yeah, that was the card that Eigla gave. She's like, know your place, human! She would be easy if we had access to HOC. Probably, yeah. HOC put in a lot of work. Wait, he's 30? Yeah, he's in his 30s. Probably super early 30s. So like 30 or 31. There was still some time before the start of the speech, and seeing that there was no more information worth inquiring about, the dolls and I returned to the room and discussed the next steps. That's what about YouTube feels bad. You humans in our kills Frontline. The conversation with Orphaline just now gave me some intel impressions of her, and the appearance of that third generation doll made me sweat about the next action. With the ability to defend in human form. Okay, with the ability to defend with dolls, Orphaline's identity as the senior, or the missus of the Girard group, should be beyond doubt. But her reaction and speech have caused me some confusion. She seems to have full confidence in what she is researching, and this confidence makes me feel that she truly believes what she is doing is something good. I didn't feel the hypocritical and dirty taste of the white religion. White faction? Okay, so dirty taste of the white faction in the past from her. But instead of feeling of being too childish. Yeah, it's Paradise, but he didn't say Paradise for that phrasing. He said white faction. Now, it's difficult for me to determine whether her behavior is a natural expression or a higher level disguise. Next, I will further find ways to establish contact with her. As I was contemplating my previous experience, footsteps came from outside the door of the lounge. Dylan, what the fuck? What? Dylan, what are you saying? Rosa stood up and opened the door. Sorry to bother everyone. There's nothing wrong. What's going on? The waiter shook the handbag in his hand. The silk-like velvet bag was beautifully packaged and had the logo of this summit printed on it. In order to thank all the media teachers for the long journey, the organizers of the summit have specially prepared souvenirs for the teachers. Accompanying gift? Yes, there are new products of the Girard group and a small sum of Levi's specialty. Teachers can take them back to share with their families. Thank you. I gestured for Groza to pick up the handbag, and the other person watched as we brought it into the door. With a smile on their face, they bowed and turned to leave. After the footsteps outside the door disappeared, I gave a glance to Groza. Alright, let's see what's inside. Groza carefully opened the packaging of the bag. As the waiter just said, what is in the bag is a beautiful gift box. The first floor is covered with many beautiful small dim sum, while the second floor is filled with the smart device newly released on the sub-brand of the Girard group last month. Groza and Colfine searched up and down in the gift box, even opening the smart device to take a look, but didn't find anything suspicious. Is it really just an ordinary souvenir? Man, there seems to be something in the bag. After taking out the contents just now, the cloth tote bag containing the gift box was casually thrown aside and is now lying limp in a corner of the table. However, due to the loss of support from the contents, a small bump appeared on the velvet surface of the handbag. Let's take a look and see what it is. Rosa picked up the handbag and poured it out, but didn't pour out anything. But it didn't pour out anything. Then she flipped the bag over and groped around the raised area. There's a mezzanine inside. I took the bag and touched the location mentioned by Rosa. I found that there seemed to be something hidden in the interlayer of the bag. It was obvious that someone had opened the bag and sewn it back together. I tore the seam along the seam and took out the contents of the interlayer. Inside the small packaging box with a work permit that reads Special Invitation Letter. Could be some new type of bug? Let me see. I handed her the thing in my hand. Rosa fiddled with it for a while, but didn't seem to find any problems. Later, she pulled out a small note from behind her work permit. This thing can help you solve all the troubles in front of you. So use it well? Commander, do you have any acquaintances with the Girard group? I don't remember knowing anyone. Perhaps it was assistance provided by Alva? Why would he hand it over to us before entering the venue? That makes sense too. And to ask at the party? I nodded, and Leva quickly picked up the communication. I said doll for it. Oh, well. I asked her about the work permit. Hey, Commander, we want to intentionally bring you up this unexpected joy. Now, all the information we have at hand has been handed over to you. As for that card... Leave a pause for a moment. I've received this kind of silent help before, but from our perspective, I don't have much to say now. Commander, will you accept this kindness in your own way? You mean well? After finishing the communication, I flipped through my work ID back and forth. Apart from the exquisite craftsmanship of the card itself, there seemed to be nothing special about it. Realizing that this card would definitely work, I put my ID in my pocket and began waiting for the start of the speech. 20 minutes before starting the summit. Miss, you'll be the last one to come on the stage later. According to your manuscript estimate, we have reserved 30 minutes of presentation time for you. 30 minutes is a lot. If you encounter any problems midway, just signal them to me and I will handle them immediately. Believe me, I have done speeches before, even ones that I wrote myself. The most have taken like 10 minutes. 30 minutes is a long time. Like, unless she's giving a sermon, she shouldn't need 30 minutes. Your presentation has been uploaded to the server. When your section starts, press the play button on the remote control to retrieve it. Everything is ready. Is there anything else you need to adjust? Oh, she's cuter. Ah, must be the clothes she'll die in. Of course, no problem. This level of speech is a piece of cake for a genius scientist, Orphaline Girard. Orphaline crossed her waist and proudly lifted her head. She had a confident smile on her face, but sharp people could detect her slightly trembling hands and fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She's what? He doesn't look flat to me. She just looks normal. She looks normal. Of course, the young lady's ability is beyond doubt. However, your handkerchief seems to have some wrinkles. Eigla took out a delicate handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiping away the sweat from Orphaline's forehead, then took out a small mirror from her carry-on bag to adjust the details of Orphaline's dress. Eigla, is my hair a bit messy? I mean, how could this young lady perform on stage in a perfect state? Your hairstyle is flawless, but as you wish, I will make some further adjustments. The movement of Eigla is so gentle that it feels like facing a fragile soap bottle. Fragile soap bottle? Interesting metaphor. Like a sculptor perfecting their beloved work, her eyes reveal not only professional seriousness, but also an almost devout emotion. Miss is going to announce her research results to the world today. We must make everything admire the glory of the Girard family. You will definitely succeed, Miss. Eigla, will you be by my side until I go on stage? No, it's not that I need your company, just to ensure that everything goes according to plan. I would be by your side anytime and anywhere. It is my duty and honor. Speaking of which, where did you just go? I've been waiting for so long. Although I simply ran out while you were away, it's really rare that you're late for such an occasion today. Very sorry, miss. I had to deal with some minor issues that may interfere with your speech. Some unexpected guests seem to be too focused on your research results, and I must ensure that they do not disturb your important moments. Has someone disappeared again? It's really hard on you. Must be those despicable people who want to steal my research results again. But that's okay. Anyway, the research results will be made public today. Let them all envy it. Exactly, miss. Your achievement is about to shock the world. Under the words of Eigla, Orphaline's nervous mood had disappeared completely. Just as she was about to continue showing off happily, she was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Hey! It's the jackass! You sound a lot like here. Ah, is it even my dear little Orphaline? What a dazzling star! A gentleman dressed in sophisticated suit strode forward with a friendly smile on his face. Uncle Zimmerman! Yeah, she stood right in front of her. Hello, Mr. Zimmerman. Eigla's expression maintained perfect politeness, but her body moved forward almost imperceptibly, gently blocking between Orphaline and the visitor. Ah, I Miss Sin. Or I Miss Eigla. Always so vigilant, even when facing old friends. What a competent guardian. It is my duty to protect the young lady, sir. I thought Uncle wouldn't come today. The parliament ended this morning, and as the important speech, the most important speech in my dear niece's life, how could I be absent? When did you arrive? I've already turned around the venue. Or you might probably say, I have just turned around the venue. So basically, you just walked in. By the way, why didn't I see Oleg on such an important today? And why didn't I see Oleg on such an important day today? Dad said he's going to receive some important guests, so he can't come to the summit today. It's okay. I can finish this speech beautifully by myself. Orphan lifted her chin and pretended to not care. And after Uncle River's death, there are still many groups of affairs to handle on his end. Were they all? Huh. Well, he was a Girard, so that makes sense. But Zimmerman is also related? What if her dad is William? I don't think so. I can't be of much help, but my dad said he wants me to focus on my research. No, it really is a pity. I didn't expect this guy, Ruik, to do so many outrageous things behind his Sortian's back. Are you guys having a tough time now? After hearing his actions were exposed, the stock prices of several subsectors under Girard umbrella fell significantly. If there's anything I can help with, just let Oleg speak up. After all, Sanofi Foppen Group and Girard Group have been working together. As your uncle, I will never sit idly by. Thank you very much for your concern, Girard Group. However, the Girard Group has a long history and profound heritage, and these temporary difficulties are not enough to shake our foundation. The research results of the young lady will also prove the wisdom and foresight of the Girard family. Oh, it is? I'm even more looking forward to tonight's speech. Zimmerman's eyes flickered between Eigla and Orphaline, with a subtle smile on his lips. I've heard that your amusement park project is progressing rapidly. It seems that the results will be of the first phase be made public soon? Of course, the research has already made significant breakthroughs. Her dad is Dimitri. Are you guys just saying everything? Carter Jr. Her grandpa's Javier. At least you didn't say dad. Tonight's speech will surprise everyone. That's really good. Once this news is announced, it will not only stabilize the group's stock price, but also boost the confidence of the consortium in Girard. I'd expect that in the blink of an eye. Little Orphaline will turn into an adult who can handle things independently. Isn't that dude from Lens Event? No. This is from Deep Oblivion, mostly. I am not interested in participating in internal affairs within the group. But this young lady can devote her time and energy to scientific research, which can also help her father. Little Orphaline is still as serious as before. Anyway, you are the future heir of the Girard Group, so better to learn about some things as soon as possible. For example, your research has attracted a lot of attention within the consortium. Some people even believe that it may be related to the future direction of the entire consortium. Mrs. Research is purely for scientific purposes and will not be influenced by any commercial or political factors. Of course, the purity of science needs to be respected. However, Miss Eigla, you should understand better than anyone that in our world, pure things are often the most fragile. That is why they need to be protected. Interesting viewpoints. However, protection also requires strength and resources. The current situation of the Girard Group may be difficult to provide sufficient protection. Sir, if you are implying anything, I must make it clear. My duty is to serve the Girard family, especially the young lady. This will not change due to any external factors. Loyalty is a virtue, but wise choices are even more precious. Miss Eigla, with your ability and vision, you should be able to see the wind direction clearly. Uncle Zimmerman! Orphaline and brother interrupted their subtle confrontation. Even if I don't know much about the company's affairs, please don't take me for a fool. I am the daughter of Oleg Girard, and even I will do my best to protect the interests of the Girard Group. So please stop saying those strange things like that. You sound like you're going to dig a needle. Uncle, don't you also have 3 generations of dolls? Uncle, don't you also have 3rd generation dolls here? Eigla is my assistant. If there was no Eigla, many things would happen to me. Orphaline suddenly stopped, as if realizing that she had said too much. She lifted her chin and pretended to be proud. Anyway, Eigla belongs to me. Even you are not allowed to covet. Now, I need to prepare my speech. Please don't disturb me. Zimmerman seems to have anticipated Orphaline's reaction and smiled indifferently. I hope Eigla saves her. Maybe. You know my viewpoint. If I can write anything on her forehead, by Orphaline's forehead, it'd be Moklian. Indeed, only someone with a focused personality like little Orphaline could have achieved her success at a young age. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you much. Get ready for your upcoming speech. I will wait in the audience to applaud for you. As Orphaline turned and walked towards the preparation area, Zimmerman suddenly whispered to Eigla that had not yet caught up. The storm is approaching, and even the most loyal guardians will face the situation of being unable to protect. By then, I hope you can make a wise decision. Thank you for your concern, sir. But my choice will always be one. The sound of Eigla was gentle and respectful, but her gaze was as sharp as ice. Now please allow me to take care of the preparation work for the young lady. Wish us a wonderful speech tonight. After deploying the monitoring positions for the figures in the rest area, I looked at my watch and felt that it was almost time. Walking out of the rest area to the conference center. You know what? This is way too flashy for a conference center. I don't like it. The summit was already halfway through, and researchers and scientists in the field of plant science appeared one after another, causing rounds of applause in the venue. People gather in front of the speech stage, occasionally whispering a few words. I gestured with Rosa and Colfine, and then quietly blended into the crowd. El Hero take. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for your wonderful speech. Next person to take stage is Ms. Orphaline Girard, a rising scientist in the field of plant science, and also the director of the amusement park project. She will share the details of the amusement park project that guests are most concerned about, and answer any possible questions that may arise. Amidst a burst of applause, Orphaline walked onto the podium with a graceful manner. Perhaps because I had just seen her other side of the afternoon, the appearance of Orphaline on the stage this moment really surprised me. At this moment, she was dressed in a delicate haute quartet dress, with her long golden hair neatly tied into an elegant bun, exuding a noble aura in every movement. She was completely different from the girl who was just making a fuss on a terrace in the afternoon. She lifted her chin slightly and looked around the audience with an almost proud posture, then elegantly bowed to the audience and began her speech. Respected guests and scholars, today we stand here not only as biological scientists but also as hopeful explorers for the future. At this moment, we are in an unprecedented era, a singularity where technology and nature intersect. At this intersection, plants, these silent green purifiers, are revealing astonishing secrets to us. Firstly, listen to your question. Can the green plants effectively absorb the processed radiation in the environment? It is exactly the same as the manuscript written before. In this venue, Orphaline is undoubtedly the center of attention. Researchers, entrepreneurs, journalists, everyone is eagerly anticipating what she will say next, hoping that it may have a world-changing effect. Large-scale planting of plants to absorb radiation particles, promoting the efficiency of purification zone operations at lower cost. These grandiose declarations indeed sound promising, but we have seen them before. These are definitely not the true purpose of this so-called amusement park project. But what is the real purpose? Does this study, which can sound very similar to the principle of collapsing epithelum, have any to do with Paladin Paraduce's subsequent actions? Is the Girard Group's plan to rob Helena also part of this amusement park project? I suddenly realized that there were too few clues in front of me. Although both myself and Namfa are trying to find some clues, I still have no idea about the next plans of the Girard Group. Under the spotlight, Orphaline's speech continued. People's interest gradually heated up as her speech progressed, looking eagerly at the young scientists in front of them. We've always had a natural fear towards the renovations of polluted areas, and due to cost constraints, we cannot bring hope to the people there. However, technological advancements will greatly enhance our confidence in combating collapsing radiation, allowing us to gradually regain human living space in a controllable, low-cost, and orderly manner. We will learn from plants, this ancient and intelligent life form, and create a safer and cleaner future. In order to meet everyone's expectations, the first phase of the amusement park project experiment, hosted by me, will begin in 2 days. At that time, the entire Lviv region will witness together the astonishing changes that this plan will bring to people. That concludes today's speech. Thank you all. Miss Orphaline, may I ask a question? You just said that the plan will be carried out in 2 days, as I can understand it. How do you view the impact of the amusement park project on the stock price trend of the Girard group? The reporters next to the podium rushed forward, and the venue, which had been incredibly calm a second ago, suddenly boiled over. I followed the footsteps of my colleagues to the stage and noticed a slightly impatient expression on Orphaline's face as she was about to leave. She raised her hand to signal something to Eigla beside her. Fortunately, the host stepped forward in time and stopped the reporters from rushing forward. The interview with Ms. Orphaline would take place in the inner area of Building B in a half an hour. Guests holding special invitations are kindly requested to arrive on time. Thank you all for your cooperation. After Orphaline turned around and left, there was a wave of discontent surrounding me. Indeed, today is no exception. Only those who have connections and use backdoors can enter the interview area. It's always like this. This kind of obvious big news without first-hand information is simply the darkest moment for media professionals in their career. Scattered went back to write the manuscripts. Write it before midnight. Maybe you can even book a first release layout. The reporters round dispersed with a lack of enthusiasm. After calming down around me again, I walked to the corner and took out the work ID with the words "Special Invitation Letter" from my pocket. BVZ. They just built their wall off. Gotta do it in the first 6 minutes of the game. So this is where it's used. Although I have already been spoken of by that terrifying third-generation doll, it seems that I had to ignore her advice. As Orphaline said, the amusement park plan will start the experiment in 2 days. So I must find the truth of this plan within 2 days, no matter what. My current situation is like floating in an endless ocean. No matter how small a driftwood is, I had to work hard to catch it. After thinking about the strategy, I synchronized my next ideas with the dolls, so that they could be prepared at any time. Then I picked up my work permit and walked towards the building at the end of the hallway. Hello, this is the waiting area for the press conference. Please wait here for a moment. With this work permit of unknown origin, I actually successfully entered the specially arranged interview area. Dude, where are the seats? Those little cubes right there, those aren't seats. I bet they're hard as fuck too. Although the press conference hasn't started yet, it's clear that I'm the only one in the room who doesn't fit in here. The reporters in the venue seem to know each other, sitting in pre-booked seats and whispering to each other. Is this your first time here? I turned my head and realized that the other person was talking to me. Don't be nervous. All of us are just supporting roles in Orphaline's show. Yes, yes. How about it? Have you bought the stocks yet?
株
Stocks?
ああ、まさか買ってないのか？
Yeah, don't think you haven't entered a warehouse at all.
こんながっぽり稼げるチャンスはめっ
This kind of opportunity to make a big profit doesn't come by every day.
この記者会見が終われば、ジラードグループの株価はうなぎ登り。
At this press conference, the stock price of Girard Group and related sectors would definitely experience a surge.
このタイミングであのお嬢様を出して。
At this time, Girard Group pushed this young lady out in order to restore the company's reputation and public opinion.
記者会見では多分
I guess the questions raised by everyone today will definitely be related to the recent vaccine incident. You know about that? And the doll technology under the group.
オルフェルーネという看板を宣伝するため
Only in this way can we utilize the Orphaline brand to maximize the interest of the group.
わかってるじゃないか。あんた仕事は
You are knowledgeable. What industry do you work in?
記者ですが
Oh, just a journalist.
おいおい、本物だ。
No way, you're actually a real journalist?
珍しいな。
That's really rare. It seems that Girard's public image really needs to be improved, huh?
いいか、空気を読めない質問はするんじゃないぞ。
Don't have an occupational disease outbreak later and say anything that shouldn't be said.
俺は今日ここに来るために全てを投げ出した。
After all, I gave all my possessions for today. The other party patted my shoulder and sat back in their seat. As the press conference approached, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Orphaline appeared at the venue on time. However, compared to her previous speech, there was a slightly tired expression on her face. She still maintained her proud posture, but her gaze kept scanning the venue as if searching for something. Eigla stood by her side, with a dignified and vigilant expression, but not elegant. After the host announced at the start, the reporters around me raised their hands one after another. As the person just said, every question they raised was obviously carefully designed. Every word that comes out of Orphaline's mouth will precisely trigger some kind of pointer, affected the position of the Girard Group in the industry and market. But what about Orphaline herself? Before the press conference starts, does she have to rehearse the answers to these questions repeatedly? Just like reciting the speech on the Terrans in the afternoon that seemed boring to her? And what about me? Someone gave me this ID card. What exactly does the other party want me to find? Or change something?
ご質問は以上でよろしいでしょうか。
Excuse me, everyone present, does anyone else want to ask a question? Orphaline stood aside, seeming to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, her gaze continued to scan the venue as if searching for something. No one raised their hand at the scene anymore.
それでは終わりに。
If not, then...
待ってください。
Ah, wait a moment. Everyone gave me a surprised look. Orphaline, who was about to get up and leave, also stopped and turned her gaze to me, with a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Are you the journalist on the terrace just now?
オルフェルーネさん、質問よろしいでしょうか。
Miss Orphaline, may I ask a question? Ignoring the host's instruction, Orphaline walked towards me, her expression instantly tense. But Orphaline waved her hand to signal her not to worry. Certainly, I'm happy to answer your question.
少し前に簡単なインタビューをさせていただいたと思うのですが。
Earlier today, I had a brief interview with you. In that interview, I mentioned that I had seen a plant that was very similar to your research direction. Ah, going right for the juggler. Good job.
それはあなたがリビウで作ったもの。
In fact, the plants I am referring to are not the ones you planted in the Lviv experimental field. This plant has been extensively discovered in polluted areas and subsequently used for artificial cultivation.
その名はコーラプスエピフィラム。
Its name is Glossophyllum. This plant has the characteristics of absorbing glass particles and releasing particles, and has been repeatedly observed in Red Zone before. But for some reason, the existence of the colapsiphyllum seems to have been deliberately concealed, and I have not been able to find any relevant information in the official documents released by the UNC and the Girard group. But after hearing you speak today, I realized that these two seem to have similarities. You know that much? I would like to know if there is any correlation between the existence of colapsiphyllum and the plants you are studying. Is the Amusement Park project based on this technology? As I was asking, the host was already saying something to the walkie-talkie in his hand. Get him! Get the fuck out of here! Kill this man right now! Then several security personnel from the Girard entered the hall and quickly approached me in my direction. I'm sorry, this guest, please not ask questions out of the printer scope. This is a violation of media rules. Orphaline kept rubbing the microphone in her hand as if hesitating about something. Her gaze flickered and she nervously looked at Eigla behind her. And I ignored the host's instruction and continued to speak towards Orphaline. Miss Orphaline, I really am interested in your research. I know you have your own unique understanding of how plants modify the environment, Miss Orphaline. Don't you want people around the world to know your true research content? Do you really not want to go a real interview? Do you not want anyone to truly understand and appreciate your scientific achievements, rather than just treating you as the emblem and mascot of the Girard group? The summon security personnel have arrived near my location. By the way, I wonder if Zimmerman saw the commander, because I'm pretty sure someone like Zimmerman should know what the commander looks like. The summon security personnel have arrived near my location. I know if Orphaline isn't willing to further negotiate with me, then my mission this time will be a complete failure. I'm afraid there won't be a better opportunity than today to get close to scientists like her who are under strict protection. The burly security personnel requested for me to leave, although reluctant, it was not appropriate to have a big fight here. The Clark Commander. I can only follow the security personnel and prepare to leave from the inner field. Wait! After a few long seconds, Orphaline reached out and stopped the security personnel. Her eyes lit up and a nearly stubborn expression appeared on her face. She walked off stage and ran straight in front of me. Are you really interested in my research? Do you really want to understand science itself, not just the stock price and market reaction of the group? Yes, I am very curious about your scientific research itself. I want to know the real Orphaline Girard, not just the label of the renowned genius scientist. I knew you were different from those other vulgar people. She's like, I will fucking kill him. Get away from him. Eigla closely followed Orphaline and whispered a reminder to her. Realizing her loss of composure in speaking, Orphaline quickly returned to her previous posture. Thank you all for participating today. Let's wrap up for now. Before the host could answer, Orphaline grabbed my sleeve and took me backstage. Oh. After we walked up to the curtain, Orphaline still looked out cautiously, and after confirming that no one would hear our conversation, she said to me with a hint of excitement, "Do you actually know the operating rules of the collapse Epiphyllum? Not even a few people in my laboratory can figure it out. In that case, you must be able to guess what I want to do, right?"
Yeah.
Wait a minute, don't say anything here. I'm not ready yet. Let me think. How about this? Your question, I will answer it, but not now. Not in front of these common people. I will arrange an interview for you tomorrow. As for location, how about in my lab? At that time, you can ask me all the questions you want to know. However, don't let this young lady down. You must spread my greatness well, and let everyone know that my research results are not just a concept to boost stock prices. Thank you, Miss Orphaline. I will definitely not mess up this opportunity. Orphaline lifted her chin arrogantly, but couldn't hide a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. As she turned around, she whispered something in Eigla's ear, making her expression complicated. However, she still nodded respectfully in the end. She turned around and said to me in a very polite tone, facing me, "This is the contact information of our public relations director. Please get in touch with them, and they will inform you of the specific arrangement for tomorrow." Guys, you guys have to remember, Kalina was originally supposed to attend this. 100% Kalina would not get this far. She actually would have failed. That's a feels bad moment when you think about it. Eigla handed me a business card in a very polite manner, and I took the card and nodded to greet her. Orphaline waved her hand towards me with satisfaction, then turned around and left the venue, with Eigla following behind her. As she left, she cast a warning glance at me. Got that Loot Nation buff. At that point, that's sad as fuck. Commander has maxed out social stats. Kalina would instantly be stabbed. The next day, Chief, we've arrived. Leaving the car arranged for us by the Girard group, a white office building appeared in front of us. It was located in an experimental park on the outskirts of Lviv, and stood alone in the large park, looking very conspicuous. Is this where it is? More plain than I imagined. I guess that's plain? From the outside, it is completely unimaginable that this is the place where such experiments are being conducted. The Research Institute of the Amusement Park project looks like a real amusement park compared to its surrounding environment. How about using this as the beginning of a manuscript? Isn't it very romantic? We're not really here to write a report. You need to fully immerse yourself in the character to avoid revealing your true identity. I checked the time. In order to avoid any accidents on the way, we left a little early. It was 9:40 in the morning, and there was still 20 minutes left until the scheduled interview time. We still have a little time left until the agreed time. Should we go in? Arriving early at the agreed upon location is a form of showing respect. This kind of interview is better to leave a good impression on the other party from the beginning. I don't know, you already made an impression. Eigla wants to fucking kill you. She's like, get away from the young mistress. I will slice your dick off. I asked the dolls to hold their interview equipment and walk into the office building. Hello, please provide proof of appointment. You have scheduled an interview with Miss Orphaline at exactly 10 o'clock. You would let her cut your dick? What? The staff looked at the material in Gross's hand and carefully checked it in the system. Time Edge New Agency Appointment Interview Appointment. 1 human accompanied by 2 dolls. No issues detected. Please come in. The other party opened the gate at the entrance. Please wait in the rest area with your company personnel. Someone will come to receive you later. So that's the major question. How much has Commander told Kalina about Paradise and what happened? I would imagine she knows everything. If Commander ever spilled the beans, it would have you back in Ghost Frontline 1. Wait, am I using? It's called Luna Translator. Want to use Metal Gear Groza Revenge to frame us? She might look too different from the other Groza. It's possible, like, if they be a bit covert about it, but as it stands right now, I can't imagine that happening, just because of how different she looks. I sat down in a designated area by the staff with my dolls. Also, I wish the dolls were wearing suits. I really want to see Groza in a suit, not gonna lie. Compared to the isolated exterior of the building, the interior of the Research Institute appears much more lively. In addition to busy researchers, each floor is also equipped with corresponding assistants, making the operation of this laboratory well organized. It seems that the scale of the Research Institute is even larger than I imagined. Oh, after arriving in Lviv, my cognition has been refreshed every day. Is there really such a huge and luxurious laboratory? Yeah. I was told that being formal is strange. Even though there is no security check at the entrance, the people inside seem to enter and exit at will. I looked at the floor sign in the rest area, which showed that this building has 3 floors, each with 4 rooms. According to the information on the signboard, the first floor is the reception hall and public facilities. The second floor is the laboratory and sample storage area, and the third floor is the entire office of Orphaline. The second team will monitor the laboratory externally. They reported that there seem to be 2 large facilities on the rooftop that have not been marked on the signs. It is currently unclear what they are used for.
大きな施設か。
Large-scale facilities.
もしかして前に見たパラデウス
Is there anything like
似たようなものか。
the one we saw in Peru's lab before?
まだわからないわ。
That's still uncertain.
なら調べるしかないな。
Find a way to investigate later and we'll find out. As we were observing the building, a figure walked down from upstairs.
輝きの時代の皆様、お待ちしておりました。
Welcome, guests of the Time as News Agency.
こんにちは、イグラさん。
Nice to meet you, Miss Eigla. Eigla nodded slightly to me, and gracefully bowed with a standard courtesy, but the filters in her eyes did not diminish at all. Obviously, my interaction with Orphaline at yesterday's press conference has already aroused her vigilance once again.
お嬢様はあなたのお越しを大切に
Young lady is looking forward to your arrival, which is a rare occurrence. Eigla's tone was polite and restrained, but the implicit warning in her words was very obvious. She was holding a huge box in her hand, which made me wonder if there were any lethal weapons hidden inside her combat. The dolls also noticed this, watching her every move with a slightly nervous expression, ready for any possible challenge at any time. However, it seems that Eigla is not interested in the actions of these assistants around me at all. She just glanced at them slightly and walked straight up to me and started talking to me.
20分早めに来られたのですね。
You arrived 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time.
はい。兵士にとって
Yes, this interview is very important for the news agency, so I don't want to be late.
早すぎると迷惑になる可能性は
Only those who lack precise planning for their lives will avoid being late by reserving advanced time. I'm sorry, that doesn't work like that. You may need to go back to school.
あなたの部下にはコンプライアンス研修が必要なようですね。
Have you ever heard the phrasing, if you're not early, you're late? It seems that your assistant needs to take some professional courses to improve.
過度な時間前行動は人生の無駄とは思いませんか？
Don't you think that a lot of your time in your life have been wasted on so much advance?
いいえ。
No. Eigla's gaze accidentally swept past Groza and finally landed on my face.
申し訳ありません。私の基準をそちらに当てはめて。
Sorry, Miss Orphaline has a strict schedule under my care, and even a minute of disruption can have a significant impact on her schedule.
お嬢様のスケジュールは
So, unconsciously, I measure others according to my own requirements. Okay, so what if he just scheduled extra time? So technically, he's on time on his schedule by the minute. How about that, huh? Have you ever thought of that?
少しの乱れも許されません。現在は調子
But as I just said, Miss Orphaline's time is very strict. She is currently enjoying breakfast and cannot be disturbed.
インタビューは予定通り。
So our interview will officially start at exactly 10 o'clock. Is that alright?
ええ、もちろん。
Of course, no problem. Eigla seemed very satisfied with my reaction. She waved her hand, indicating that we should follow her.
その前に私の
Before the interview officially begins, let me take you on a tour of this research institute as background information for your writing.
必要でしょう。1階は受付とロビーになっております。通常
As you can see, the first floor serves as a public reception area, usually used to handle external affairs. Generally speaking, interviews with Miss Orphaline and other researchers will be conducted here.
ですがあなたは重要な客人
But you are a guest. But as you are a guest that Miss Orphaline is particularly concerned about, Miss Orphaline has instructed me to take you to her office for an interview.
ご好意に感謝いたします。
Thank you for Miss Orphaline's warm hospitality.
正直
To be honest, I have never seen Miss Orphaline so eagerly anticipating an interview. Can you tell me how you sparked her interest? By not being a robot? Oh wait, that came out wrong. Okay, how about this? By not being a human robot. I'm not sure. But I think it's been a long time since she was truly treated as a scientist. Oh, you were claustrophobic. I seem to see a hint of vigilance in Eigla's gaze. Even though her demeanor is impeccable, I can feel that her vigilance towards me has not diminished at all. In a moment of silence, Eigla had led us to the second floor. On the way, Eigla told us that the floor is the core experimental area of our research institute, with a separate inspection system, and only visitors with Miss Orphaline's permission can enter. The biosafety laboratory inside is conducting the core research project of the amusement park plan, which has been coveted by many competitors since its establishment. However, under the security system of the entire laboratory and my protection, those thieves have never succeeded. Eigla looked at me meaningfully. I turned my gaze towards the direction pointed by Eigla, trying my best to appear innocent. Next is Miss Orphaline's office area. You know what? I just realized. I just realized the commander is actually really good at being undercover, all because of Project NeuroCloud. I just realized that. Eigla faced us one by one in front of a huge glass door for safety certification, and then the glass door opened. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking inside the door, followed by a panicked scream. Eigla, come and help me! This stupid instrument is completely unresponsive! When we walked in, Orphaline was standing in front of a complex analytical instrument clustered. The room was a mess, with several glass shards and overturned test tube racks scattered on the ground. Also, GSG Steins Gate, and assuming those are canon, yes. We did have some crossovers that were canon, but it's best not to assume that they're all canon. Eigla immediately took a few steps forward and quickly and elegantly tidied up the chaos on the ground. Her movements were precise and swift, as if she had become accustomed to this scene. I've only been away for 10 minutes. Are you trying to operate the device yourself again? I just want to show off the new experimental data, but this unlucky machine doesn't work at all. It must be those guys from the R&D department who got the calibration parameters wrong again. Orphaline turned around and saw us. Her expression froze instantly. Her long golden hair was disheveled, and the buttons on her lab coat were fastened into the wrong position, looking far from the elegant and noble image from the scientific genius and the materials. Orphaline quickly took a few steps back, almost tripping over a piece of debris on the ground, but fortunately, Eigla quickly supported her. Aren't you supposed to be here at 10 o'clock? England, why do you notify me in advance?
ただいま10時ちょうどでございます。
Miss, it's exactly 10 o'clock now. The fuck? Orphaline suddenly looked at the clock on the wall, her expression changing from surprise to regret, and then quickly turned into a pretentious look.
まあいいわ。
Never mind, I have great mercy and forgive your reckless invasion. This kind of small scene is nothing to me at all. She quickly tidied up her outfit, straightened her waist, and tried to regain a bit of composure. But the lab coat was still wrinkled and the buttons were still in the wrong position.
お嬢様、失礼します。
Miss, please allow me to tidy up your attire. Eigla took out a brand new experimental suit and some tools from the big box she brought. She began to reorganize Orphaline's hairstyle and clothing. Orphaline stood obediently, letting Eigla manipulate her, like a child being taken care of.
早く、お客さんが待ってるでしょ。
Eigla, hurry up! Don't keep the guests waiting for long.
はい、お嬢様。
Yes, miss. Eigla's technique was skillful and fast, and in less than a minute, Orphaline's image was completely transformed.
バッチリね。
This is good. Eigla immediately began to tidy up the scattered experimental equipment and documents on the ground. Every movement seemed to have been accurately calculated without wasting any time or energy. Orphaline cleared her throat and turned to me, with a deliberate arrogance and confidence on her face.
ようこそ私の実験室へ。この
Welcome to my laboratory. I am Orphaline Girard, one of the most outstanding botanists in today's world. You are truly fortunate to have been personally received by this young lady.
ええ、お時間を作っていただき
Excuse me, Miss
ありがとうござい
Orphaline.
ます。
It is an honor to receive your audience.
ちゃんと礼儀をわきまえてるようね。
Very good. It seems you are quite polite, unlike those journalists who always ask boring questions. Orphaline looked up at me and down, with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in her eyes.
昨日から考え続けてたわ。
Yesterday on the terrace, our conversation was interrupted by Eigla.
どうして私の研究をそこまで理解してるの？普通の記者なんか
I have been thinking, why do you have such a deep understanding of my research? The average journalist can't even say the most basic botanical terms correctly.
お嬢様、こちらは輝きの
Miss, this guest is the editor-in-chief of Time Edge News Agency and must have considerable interview experience and extensive knowledge reserves.
そんなの分かってるわよ。
I know, you'll need to remind me. In response to Orphaline's small temper, she seemed accustomed to it and just nodded slightly, continuing to tidy up the chaos on the ground.
で、何から始めようかしら。
Since you're here, where should we start today?
とかもあったけど、
Eigla usually arranges a very boring process, such as taking photos, answering questions, etc.
そうですね。撮らせていただきます。
Well, I guess we can start with taking photos first. I signaled to Colfine, and she quickly walked up to Orphaline and raised her camera.
少々お待ちを。
Just a minute, please. She rips Colfine's arms off. Seeing Colfine aiming the camera at Orphaline, Eigla quickly stepped forward to help Orphaline tidy up her appearance again, helping her button up the buttons on her lab coat neatly, and then turned sideways to let go of the camera's view.
撮影した写真はすべてチェックさせていただきます。
After the photos are taken, please hand them all over to me for inspection.
一番写りの良い写真のみ掲載を許可します。
I want to ensure that all media outlets publish Miss Orphaline's most respectable image.
もう大げさなんだから。
Really, don't be so nervous. I look perfect no matter what.
ここで提案なのですが、
In fact, displaying such a contrasted side in a report that is different from the usual series image can easily create a good impression of everyone. Miss Orphaline used to present herself as an elite member of the group. Why not try to showcase a more lifelike image? That sounds very good. Eigla, did you hear that? This attempt may pose risk to the public image of the Girard group. Looking at Orphaline's disapproving expression, she tightened up and added another sentence. But since this is the young lady's wish, let's take the picture. With consent from both of them, Colfine took several photos of Orphaline as I instructed. Damn, is her belly popping out? You make her sound like she has a beer belly. Sorry, but I don't think she's a Ksenia. She's not Stechkin. After the shooting is completed, Eigla checks the content and Colfine's camera according to the process. While her attention was all focused on the photo, Orphaline suddenly walked up to me. By the way, I heard that you arrived at the research just very early for today's interview. Yes, I hope to show sincerity for the interview. Your performance at the press conference today was already quite impressive. I really look forward to an interview like this. You want a cup of coffee? Ah, coffee, huh? Speaking of, did this is Lady Soken herself? Miss, I'm afraid not. Oh, okay, that's what she's saying. He's saying I can make coffee, and Eigla's like, no, you can't. And now Orphaline's like, I can do it myself. You always treat me like a child during this. Then I won't be polite. I didn't say then I'm willing. Then I'm willing to try it. Are you really willing? Why am I not willing? My colleagues used to pretend to be polite and then ask for a way to refuse. After realizing that I had promised her, Orphaline seemed surprised. This suddenly made me feel a little uneasy. Excuse for asking, but do you really know how to use a coffee machine? Of course, Eigla has told me many times how to make coffee. At most, I only occasionally forget some small details. Orphaline confidently walked towards the tea table, and Eigla's expression became a bit nervous. But she just kept her distance, as if she also wanted to see if Orphaline could complete the task independently. What would you like to drink? My best is latte. Then let's have a latte, thank you. Orphaline nodded and went to the fridge to get the box of milk, which she added to the coffee machine. Yeah, that's not how it works. That's not how that works. That's for the beans. Ah, I forgot again. So the coffee beans are added here, right? Can this customer R&D department design it more intuitively? The coffee machine was probably not made for someone by the R&D department, right? Okay, I'll definitely remember this time. After carefully understanding the situation, Orphaline finally added the milk to the correct position. Immediately after, she started the grinder, and after a buzzing sound, the coffee powder poured out from the powder outlet. Right. This is a step.
ええ、大丈夫です。
You did a good job.
次は
Okay. Next step is... Just as Orphaline was putting the ground coffee powder under the press, the machine suddenly started early and scattered the ground coffee. Machine suddenly started early? And scattered the ground coffee powder everywhere. Did she not close the machine? Okay. More than half of it spilled on Orphaline's brand new coat. Looking at Orphaline's embarrassment. Like, you know what? She could use pods. Just use pods. Don't do it old-fashioned way. Using pods is a lot more intuitive. She sighed, but her eyes showed a helpless indulgence. She quickly stepped forward and took the tool from Orphaline's hand.
お嬢様、やはり私が
Miss, please let me do it.
しまわれましたね。
Your lab coat is dirty again and needs to be replaced. A hint of defeat and shame flashed across Orphaline's face, but soon turned stubborn again.
手が滑っただけよ。
I just accidentally slipped my hand. This kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning at all.
そうですね。すぐに
Yes, miss, please wait a moment. I'll prepare a new set of lab coats for you right away. Orphaline seems to be very accustomed to taking care of Eigla, and silently accepted this arrangement. It's modern blasphemy. Eigla took out a brand new experimental suit. Experimental? A brand new lab coat, probably, from the huge box and quickly made a perfect latte. Looking out of the corner of my eye, I thought it was a box for carrying weapons filled with various folded clothes, all of which were cleanly prepared for Orphaline. So it wasn't a box of weapons, it was a box of clothes. Eigla skillfully changed Orphaline into a new lab coat again, and quickly made a latte using the coffee machine and handed it to me.
どうぞ。お嬢様がわざわざ
Please enjoy.
ご用意
This is coffee specifically prepared by Miss Orphaline for you. Yeah, sure, we can say that.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
Hey, it was clearly you who did it.
お嬢様の指示で入れたのですから。実質
But this was done in
お嬢様が
quarantine instructions of the young lady. And the credit naturally belongs to you.
とにかく飲んでみて。
You may give it a try.
いただきます。
Thank you. I took the coffee and took a gentle sip. And it was indeed quite delicious.
おいしい。
It's good. Thank you very much.
当たり前でしょ。私は一番
Yes, of course.
しか出さないんだ
This lady will only provide the best. You know what? I'm not sure if this is a good or bad thing. That Orphaline can't even make coffee. Like, she literally can't do it. But at least, is it better for her that she can't make coffee? Or is it better that she could and make coffee like macchiato? Which one is a better standing? Not getting there, or getting there but it is toxic? Orphaline smiled smugly, as if she had really brewed up this coffee herself. Eigla shook her head slightly to the side, but her eyes were filled with indulgence.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。今日はどんな感じ？
You are not making coffee worse. Macchiato. Alright, no more gossip. What was the interview scheduled for today?
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影後、楽園計画の方向性についてお答えいただ
First,
き
take a documentary photo of your research environment in the office area. Next, answer specific questions regarding the research direction of the Vision Park plan.
それって今までと同じじゃない？
Isn't it the same boring interview process as before? My lady is almost bored.
研究のことを知るなら、やっぱり実験施設を
The best way to understand my research direction is, of course, to visit the experimental base directly, right? You just want to take them to a covert area? That's man, that Riz is powerful. That's where I can truly showcase my scientific achievements.
実験施設。
You're visiting the experimental base?
しかし、この方々に権限は。
But the security level there. Orphaline ignored the hesitation of Eigla and turned her head to look at me instead.
今まで外部の人間を通したことない。
How about it? Are you interested?
興味ある？
It's definitely a site that other journalists have never seen before.
もちろんです。
Well, of course I'm interested.
今まで公開されなかった施設を切り口に研究所
That Riz need to take over God.
も高まりますし、注目も集まること。
Using experimental base that has never been exposed to the public as a starting point, and then conducting a special report on the entire research institute and experimental content undoubtedly enhances the credibility of the entire article.
見学させていただけるのなら、すべてのプラットフォーム
We can really proceed smoothly. I can try to get the front page headline of the entire posting platform on this report. I didn't expect Orphaline to take us on a tour of the research institute experimental base, so I quickly agreed before anyone could change their mind. I see that today's interview went too smoothly.
お嬢様、施設の見
Miss
学は予定にあ
Orphaline,
りません。
you should know that the visit to the experimental area is not included in today's schedule.
勝手なことをすれば、理事会やオレク様への
If you go there now, it may be difficult to explain to the board later and Mr. Oleg.
お父様には私から言っておくわ。
I will explain to my dad later.
この研究所の責任者は私よ。
I am the person in charge of the research institute. Don't worry. She is worried. Although Eigla's expression remained professional and calm, I could see a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. However, in the face of Orphaline's resolute attitude, she only nodded lightly in the end.
かしこまりました。
As she wished, miss.
ほら、ついてきなさい。科学がもたらす奇跡を見せてあげるわ。
Guys, come with me. Miss will show you what the true scientific genius is. Security doors relying on biometric verification opened one after another in front of Orphaline, allowing us to enter the experimental base smoothly. Eigla closely followed Orphaline, with elegant and smooth movements, but her eyes were always vigilant as it scanned the surroundings, especially us visitors. What was coffee as collapse bombs? And y'all are killing it in chat right now. After going through several tedious authentication procedures, we arrived at the terrace located above the 3rd floor as observed by Team 2. However, there was no strange scene in front of me. On the contrary, in front of me was a lush green scene, with plants growing vigorously in the sunlight. Sprinklers sprayed on the leaves, scattering small rainbows. Orphaline stood aside, looking at the plants in front of her with a childlike expression. Look, this is the cradle of the amusement park project. My greatest masterpiece. The seeds planted in the experimental fields all over Lviv are now born in this small greenhouse. What a poetic opening. Botany is inherently a poetic study. Unfortunately, there are too few people in this world who can comprehend it. Those old scholars and academic communities simply cannot understand my foresight. Sorry, I just blinked out on her name. Orphaline proudly raised her head and gestured for me to look at one of the plants. Do you see? See what? You just said poetic. I was inexplicably observing the plant she was referring to. Orphaline smiled at me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, she is locked the fuck in. Holy god. When you see the plant hormone signal transduction pathway forming a non-linear dynamical system with chaotic characteristics, Windows genomes appear as a high-dimensional space with many codes forming quasi-steady attractors. When a quantum coherent state of photosynthesis exhibits non-Markovian process propagation at the sub-femtosecond scale. The fuck are you saying? When species form complex fractal structures in hyperspace, their Hausdorff dimension exhibits nonlinear changes over time. She's speaking electricity again. The melody interwoven in the mapping of sine and cosine is the most poetic sight I've ever seen in my life. Sine and cosine? Just say segs. Eigla on the side watched Orphaline talk incessantly with a proud smile on her face. She is trying to be the Moklian who lived. Thanks for the super chat. Like a parent watching your child showcase their talents. You see the images I describe? I see math in my head. That's all I see. I just see math. I shook my head. I honestly don't have the vision of an excellent scientist like you who can perceive. Your insight and wisdom are far beyond what I can understand. However, I also have some friends who are scientists, and I can see the brilliance of reason within you. The achievements brought by this brilliance are covering every one of us. Wait, holy shit, what the commander just said, that was like Riz 1000, holy fuck, what he just said. It's like, your brilliance is shining upon all of us, like, what the fuck? Like, he just threw that out there. Like, that was effortless. Don't you think what I'm saying is obscure? Difficult to understand, and even worthless? Well, it's not worthless. Obscure, yes. Difficult to understand, yes, but worthless, no. As a journalist, it is my responsibility to convey professional and scientific content to the public from an approachable perspective. When facing scientists, what we should do the most is not to try to interpret them from a perspective of looking up, but to treat them equally and understand the deepest visions in their hearts. Technology is the means to achieve the vision, and the greatness of the vision is the standard for evaluating the value of content. I think, Ms. Orphaline, what excites you is not just these plants themselves, but the tremendous changes they can bring to the world, right? Got him! Thank you. It's the first time in so many years that I've heard an evaluation that understands me so well. This is where she pulls out the handcuffs and the rope. I just expressed my true feelings. You know what? Since I started this research, there have been people who want to profit from my findings. Some who want to use these plants to develop new weapons, and even my own family who want to use the name of the research institute to establish their credibility. But no one really wants to know what I'm researching. I'm not saying I'm unwilling to contribute to the group and my dad, but they can't even see these beautiful scenes. unfurls her black hair. Everyone only cares about their own interest. There was a hint of fragility in Orphaline's voice, and in the blink of an eye, that proud tone was restored. Also, the moment the commander says, "Oh, by the way, I'm a bounty hunter," that's going to be pretty rough on her. But none of that is important. Anyways, I don't need anyone's understanding. Orphaline led me into a quarantine room. Then she pressed a button in the room, seemingly activating some instrument. However, after the instrument was started, there were no obvious changes outside the isolation room. This is... I'm actually a convicted felon. I am releasing radiation particles through some means to adjust the radiation concentration inside the high temperature chamber. You don't seem surprised, do you? The high-ranking officials who came here before always found reasons to run away as soon as they heard these words. Maybe it's because I'm not very sensitive to radiation, right? Is that so? You really are a weirdo. But don't worry, our location is already taking strict protective measures. Mrs. I am the most important talent of the Girard group. How could she be so stupid as to throw herself into radiation? Oh, for you guys who don't know, because you may not have played Girls from Line 1, the commander is partially immune because of things that happen in Girls from Line 1. So he's not really all that affected by radiation, but if he is in like a huge dose of radiation, like in the red zone, then he will still be affected by it. But thanks to his partial immunity, he doesn't really need to care about like small amounts. On the equipment dashboard in the isolation room, it shows that this device is operating correctly according to Orphaline's instructions. Miss, please don't let the experiment last too long, as it will affect the subsequent schedule. He's just him. Eigla, you always worry too much. I have a sense of propriety. Eigla did not continue to dissuade, but silently stood aside, always vigilant and ready to respond at any possible dangerous situation. Over there! I looked at the plants in the experimental field. After being exposed to radiation particles, their growing leaves slowly spread out and evenly grew soft flower buds at the end of their stems and leaves. Immediately afterwards, those flower buds blew one after another, blooming like flowers that only appear in some kind of illusion. The color of the petals also changed like rainbows under a sprinkler, constantly changing with the angle of observation. The concentration of radiation particles displayed on the dashboard is gradually decreasing as the flowers bloom. Just as these flowers were flourishing for a while, Orphaline pressed another button. Oh, sorry, Orphaline. What's it? It looks like a device similar to an energy collector. As soon as Orphaline pressed the button, the entire greenhouse is enveloped in a beam of light. Then a holographic projection device lights up, with the central projection scene constantly changing, as if demonstrating the development process of a large future city. The scene ranges from ruins affected by radiation to towering buildings, with lush forests spreading between them until they cover the entire planet. It's only because of the holograph in the middle that it kind of looks like it comes from Stark Tower, but that's really like the only similar thing I see. Did you see? This is the future of the amusement park plan. The holographic projection demonstrated. We just saw consumes 1 megawatts, I think. Oh no, it can't be megawatts. I guess it is. Megawatts electricity, which is entirely supplied by the energy converted from the absorption of radiation by plants. The selective varieties I have cultivated can be directly connected to energy gathering devices in the soil, which can transfer the energy absorbed by plants to higher level capacitive facilities. By connecting them in series, a scale effect of collapsed particles transformation application can be formed. Regardless of the size of the application area, plenty energy gathering parks of different module sizes can be selected to absorb local plastic particles for power generation. So it looks like the plan here, the plan here is to actually convert collapsed radiation into actual power. So technically geothermal power, but it's effectively photosynthesis just for collapsed radiation. If the amusement park plan can be smoothly launched tomorrow, the experimental fields in the yellow zone area around Lviv can generate 5,000 megawatts of energy per day. You should know what this means. Yeah, I just said it. So remolding pattern? Technically, yeah. It's the same concept. This means that the entire energy supply of Lviv can be provided by those experimental fields. Did you notice what I said? I didn't see it, no. I was busy reading. You're right. My research will completely revolutionize the field of energy. The old directors who mocked me will soon kneel and beg for mercy. Listening to Orphaline's explanation, I thought of Persica's. I believe this is the remolding pattern. I thought of Persica's remolding pattern. However, if it is really just a replica of the technology used by Persica, this so-called amusement park project does not seem to have any dangerous factors. But is it really just like that? Is what she told me today really the whole truth? Orphaline did not notice my suspicion and continued to explain. At present, the public content of the amusement park project is only the first phase of the plan to purify radiation particles from plants. As the plan progresses, when these cultivated plants form a unique ecological system structure, it can not only restore vitality to Lviv, but also change the human situation in the whole world. The trash can robot, Pascal. I know what you mean. Man, feels bad about Pascal in the air. That's a real feels bad moment you just reminded me of. Do you think the commander can hold a cohesive scientific conversation? We just tried that, and no, he can't. At that time, the particle radiation level in a polluted area will rapidly decrease, and the energy costs of cities and green and white areas will be significantly reduced. This is a true win-win situation.
私がロレンを本当の楽園に導くのよ。
Are we just not gonna get that translation? Feels bad. Okay, so we don't know what she said here.
見くびった人も全員見返して。
Those who question me will apologize to me then.
そして
It can even make me
フランクフルトに戻っ
return to Frankfurt. Orphaline seemed to realize her mistake, and after saying these words, she fell silent.
そういえばあなたはフランクフルト事件の
I remember you mentioned in an interview that you were a witness to the Frankfurt incident.
留学先だったわ。
I was studying in Frankfurt at that time and happened to encounter the attack.
死ぬかと思った。でも幸運にも生き延びた。
Project Paradise? So that's the amusement park plan to be here the entire time? So is that called Project Paradise? That's the official name? I just want to make sure before we continue, because that's a big deal if that's the actual name for it. It also rolls off the tongue a lot better than amusement park plan, so yeah, we can say Project Paradise going forward. Okay. I thought I would die there. Fortunately, I ultimately survived.
そんな辛い経験をされているのになぜ戻ろうと思うのですか
May I take the liberty of asking, since you encountered misfortune there, why do you still want to return to Frankfurt?
あの時見たのよ。
Because at the time I saw
お嬢様。
Miss. Just as Eigla was about to stop Orphaline from continuing, her communicator suddenly rang. He frowned, glanced at the communicator, and turned around to answer the call.
かしこまりました。
I understand.
どうしたの？
What's up?
申し訳ございません。
Very sorry, miss. There's an urgent matter that requires me to handle immediately.
またグループで何かあったの？
Not that group again. What's always at critical moments? Eigla, you're my assistant.
チルロビグ様直々のご連絡です。急を要すると。
Chilovic. Okay, yeah. I remember her. Miss Chilovic called in person and said the situation is urgent, so I need to go immediately.
チルロビグ。
Really, Chilovic? When I heard her name, Orphaline's expression softened slightly.
じゃあ仕方ないわね。よろしく伝えといて。
There's nothing we can do. Go ahead, Eigla. Remember to say hello to her for me.
はい。他の助手に本日の予定を伝えました。
Yes, I have informed other assistants, and they will be responsible for your remaining schedule.
私がいないからといって。
During my absence, please refrain from conducting any unauthorized experiments or taking guests to visit deeper research areas.
わかったわよ。子供じゃない。
I'm not a child.
何かあればすぐ私にお知らせくだ
If
さ
you
い。
have any needs, please contact me immediately. No matter where I am, I will come back as soon as possible. There's a very clear worry in the tone of Eigla, and her eyes towards Orphaline was full of concern.
わかったわかった。早く行って。
Got it, Girard. Hurry up and go. Eigla turned towards me, and the tenderness in my eyes disappeared in an instant.
編集長、
Oh, in her eyes.
本日はありがとうございました。引き続き
Sir, thank you for your attention on the research for her. But I hope you remember that there are some boundaries that should not be crossed. If the young lady feels any discomfort, I'll be notified immediately, and then I will fucking kill you. Please proceed with caution. After finishing speaking, Eigla elegantly bowed and turned around and walked away quickly. She finally left. Although Eigla is very capable and does care about me, sometimes she really is annoying, always treating me like a child. Wait, who is Miss Chilovig? Oh, she's my friend and also a scientist from the group. Orphaline waved her hand and didn't want to dwell much on this topic. Now that Eigla is gone, we can really chat. There is no Eigla nearby to manage the east and west. I can say whatever I want. Orphaline's attitude suddenly relaxed a lot, and she even rubbed her hands excitedly as if she had finally freed herself from the Guardian's child. After turning off the device, Orphaline and I walked out of the laboratory. I had a great time chatting with you, so I suddenly forgot the time. Me too, I hope it won't affect your upcoming itinerary. It's okay, it's just some insignificant promotional itinerary. I don't care about those. Oh, by the way, can you help me collect public comments when your article is published? I'm not allowed to use social media on a regular. Oh, that sucks. I'm not allowed to use social media on a regular basis. I really want to see what others see me like in their eyes. Of course. Faced with Orphaline's sincere gaze, I suddenly felt a little guilty. Although this interview was a necessary part of the investigation, I still deceived her after all. And now all I hope for is to quickly uncover the truth, retrieve Helena, and completely destroy Paradis' conspiracy. Paradis. From today's conversation with Orphaline, it seems that she is completely unaware of the matter related to Paradis, and her understanding of the collapse of the Epiphyllum is only at the level of applied theory. And she answered all the questions I've raised honestly enough. Judging from her performance, she is not someone who is good at disguising herself. If she really didn't lie, could it be that Paradis used her research to secretly manipulate what happened in Lviv? I am torn between whether to believe what she just said. Miss Orphaline, may I ask one final question? Yes. This young lady speaks without hesitation. Have you encountered any bottlenecks during the process of conducting this research? Bottlenecks? First of all, I am not doubting your abilities. It's just amazing that a young scientist like you can complete such a massive experiment alone. Orphaline's expression suddenly became complicated. She bit her lower lip as if considering how to answer. Will you include my answer in the interview transcript? Will it let everyone know? Do you want me to? Orphaline hesitated. The fleeting fragility reappeared, but immediately vanished. During the research and development process, I did receive technical assistance from other scientists, such as the one I mentioned earlier, Chilovig. She's my best friend, and researchers from the other groups also provided some help, of course. There are also idiots from the R&D department.
けれど全体の構想仮説理論モデルの
But I can assure you that the entire physical concept, theoretical model, construction, and establishment of the research suit were all completed by me alone.
信じてくれないかもしれないけど私
You may not believe it when I say it, but Orphaline hesitated for a moment again, then took a deep breath and continued speaking.
真理を見たわ
I have seen truth.
真理
Truth? There's this guy named William. Oh, that would have been a really big twist.
ええあの時目の前に真理が広がって
At that time, I saw the truth presented before me.
今私が理解しているすべてがあの時
Everything I understand now was perceived at that time.
やっぱり変よね
It's a bit abstract. Just think I said something strange.
今のオフレコでお願いね
Don't include that in the report just now.
わかりました
Oh, I see. Although I couldn't quite understand what she meant, I nodded in agreement, packed my things, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Orphaline spoke again.
あのさ
You know what?
昨日の記者会見の後お父様が
After the press conference call ended yesterday, my dad called me.
普段はイグラに伝言を預けてばっかなのに
He actually rarely calls me. Usually, Eigla is used to convey everything to him.
すみませんもしかして私の件で
I'm sorry about that.
違う今はロレン
It's okay. He's basically dealing with the investigation of the UNC government now and doesn't have any control over my affairs.
じゃなきゃとっくに何か理由をでっち上げて
Otherwise, with his means, I'm afraid he would have arrested you long ago under the guise of disturbing public order.
脅かすつもりはないのそれだけ
Sorry, I didn't say to scare you. I just wanted to say thank you very much for taking the risk to interview me.
あなたと話して初めて誰かに理解される気持ち
After chatting with you, I experienced the feeling of being understood for the first time.
今までずっとグループが当てたスポットライトの中で生きて若き天才科学者
Over the years, I've been living under the spotlight of the Girard group, playing the role of the young and promising scientist who has been created for me.
ジラードグループの信用が失われた時の看板になるのが私の
My role is to step forward and provide the necessary support to the Girard group when the public loses confidence in it. They need a clean label.
もちろん一族の人間として
Of course, this is my responsibility as a member of the family. After all, the entire research institute you see was built with funding from the Girard group. My father gave me almost everything I needed.
でもたまに思うのよ
But I feel that my life should not be limited to a stage. Sometimes I wonder, if I wasn't the eldest daughter of the Girard family, if I was just an ordinary scientist, would it be better? It's strange, when we met that day, your appearance was very clearly suspicious. And no matter how you look at it, you were just a commercial spy trying to deceive me. But my intuition tells me that you are trustworthy, and you can definitely understand me. So, have we met somewhere before? I don't think so. Well, maybe just because we have a good relationship. Anyway, we must spread what I said today well in the future. They must have met in Frankfurt before. And I would hypothesize how that happened, but they changed so much about Frankfurt that I can't say anything specifically. Because I don't know what happened in Frankfurt. Because the Frankfurt I know in Ghost Frontline 1 didn't happen in Ghost Frontline 2. I'll write in this report as well. In order to let everyone know the real you. Thank you, but remember, This young lady is not seeking sympathy. I just want people to see the true value of my research. Before leaving, I bid farewell to Orphaline. She waved her hand and watched us leave. Although I can't easily trust anyone now, I'm starting to think that Orphaline may really have no idea about Paradise. The next step is to contact Leva and the others, pass on the information I just obtained to Nampa, and have them come forward to conduct further investigation. And she's the Earth Orphan Girl Sprite. I know this one you're talking about. The one they use all the time in Ghost Frontline 1. And this young lady, I hope her wish can come true. The temporary assistant escorted us outside the research institute and immediately turned around to say goodbye. The car from the Girard group that came to pick us up is parked outside of the park. Man, what should we do next? I am somewhat concerned about the person named Miss Chilovic, mentioned by Orphaline and Eigla. From Orphaline's description, this person carries a significant weight and is somewhat associated with the Paradise Plan. Or Paradise Project. Yeah, that's what it's called. The most important thing is, I don't think anyone can call Eigla away from Orphaline's side, especially when I'm already worried about having Eigla by Orphaline. I don't think anyone can call Eigla away from Orphaline's side, especially when she's already worried about someone being by Orphaline's side. If Orphaline is truly innocent, would that be the real mastermind behind this? What if she's the person who has been manipulating Orphaline behind this, behind her back? In that case, is Orphaline seemingly completely unaware? And would that make sense? If that's really the case, the place where Eigla is going now will be very suspicious. I cannot let this good opportunity slip away in vain. Rosa, can Team 2 track the location of where Eigla just left? Could be possible. They just sent a field team to track it. Okay, then let's... Wait a minute. The second team reports that there are armed units approaching this lab. What? Well, that was sudden. Before taking a few steps, the research institute behind us suddenly heard a loud explosion. I don't think the institute heard a loud explosion, but... A grenade knocked down a corner of the research institute building. Thick black smoke rose from behind the building. The glass windows inside the research institute reveals figures, and intense fighting sounds can be heard inside. Wow! Wow, they are not holding back. They're like, oh, like, yeah, this sweet girl you saw, it's time to kill her. Seems Kruger is right. There's needs someone who wants to take action against that young lady. Rosa, let the second team lift their cover and prepare to engage in combat with the enemy attacking her. And control the situation. Oh my god, look out, their firepower is so strong! The enemy team is well prepared, proceed with caution. I Don't worry, we have a Bukai.
これでいいかな。
Not as strong as family.
ハンデをパーフェクト。これはリバネーも褒めずにはいられないでしょ。もちろん指揮官にも褒めてほしいな。
Yeah, but a vulture is dangerous. Probably don't want that. Dude, how does Nikita's outfit work? The heavy metal door is tightly closed, isolating all the noise from the outside world. In the lab, only a low buzzing only the low buzzing sound of various precision instruments echoed in the open space. Indeed, that was the first fight of part 2. There is a faint smell of disinfectant in the air, mixed with the unique burnt smell of electronic components, all of which makes people feel depressed and suffocated. Russian space magic. I can agree with that. In the center of the room, there is a specially designed chair with a towering back and metal arm rest, and standing from both sides, covered with various complex buttons and indicator lights. The surface of the chair is covered with a layer of black special material, which looks cold and hard. Alva was disarmed and tied to this chair. She lowered her head, her eyes were pitch black, and she was in a shutdown state. And on her body, various wires of different thickness are plugged in, connecting various instruments around her. On a huge monitor, various complex data and waveform graphs are displayed, constantly jumping. Several puppet dolls researchers, several doll researchers wearing white coats are busy surrounding Alva. They have all undergone exquisite biomimetic processing, with lifelike expressions of concentration and contemplation on their faces. Their fingers were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, yet still emitting an indescribable sense of non-humanity. Occasionally, they would look up at the data on the monitor, furrowing their brows as if they had encountered some difficulty. A researcher is carefully adjusting the wires on Alva's body to ensure that they were well connected to the instrument. Another researcher stared at the data on the monitor, constantly recording something. There is also a researcher holding a tablet, but upon closer inspection, they are actually playing video games. That's a Filovik. Suddenly, the sound of the heavy metal door opening shattered the silence in the laboratory. Eigla walked gracefully and calmly to the lab, like a gentleman stepping into a magnificent opera house. Her gaze swept coldly across the room, instantly locking into the researchers playing spider card games. There was an almost imperceptible disgust in her lips, but she still maintained a proper posture. Are the decorations and costumes of these puppet figures really necessary? This is called artistic sense, Miss Eigla. artistic sense. Until Eigla asked, a figure slowly slid out of the shadow, dragging a chair slowly. She was holding a cup of hot coffee in her hand while stirring it with a spoon in her other hand. The murky coffee liquid contained so much sugar that it almost solidified together. Her smile was bright and eerie, her eyes wide open with a crazy passion in them. Eigla's voice was low and elegant, but her slightly furrowed brow and slightly disdainful gaze indicated that she was uncomfortable with the demeanor of the researcher in front of her. I hope you have sufficient reason to summon me from Miss Orphaline's reception. Hey, don't worry. Ludovic tilted her head and drank the coffee in her hand in one gulp, then spat out the entire coffee. Disgusting! What are you doing? Hey, I want to immerse myself in my idol's daily lifestyle. She can inspire me. Unfortunately, I can't drink anything too sweet. Idol's lifestyle? Okay, so does she idolize Persica, or is she idolizing Orphaline because she drinks coffee too? Who is that? Come over and clean up this place quickly. The puppet figure next to her, came over with a mop to clean the floor. Ludovic chuckled and placed the remaining pile of solidified cups on the table. Then she kicked her legs and rotated the chair one after another until everything spun around. Yeah, I don't think William drinks coffee, or rather, I guess we can't really say that. We don't know what the fuck William does besides just have a thing for his sister, you know. If you enjoy this game, it is your freedom. Well, as soon as I received the message, I rushed over for the outcome, not to appreciate your artistic sense. Miss is currently receiving an important guest, and I should not leave her too long. Working with Wesker. Although Eigla's tone was polite, the impatience in her eyes became increasingly apparent. She slowly walked towards the center of the laboratory, staring at Alva, who was bound as if examining a beautiful but flawed artwork. Don't be so serious, Miss Eigla. You know what? Every time you frown, it reminds me of an expression in my cat's face when it gets angry. She laughed exaggerately, and then jumped up from the chair, bouncing and approaching Eigla, placing her hands in front of her chest in the shape of claws, imitating the movements of a cat. Your sense of humor is still impressive. Get to the point as soon as possible. I will return to the young lady's side. You know what? I think I get it. This is a setup. Because think about it. She got called over here, and as soon as she is gone, the lab is attacked without Eigla there. I think this is a setup. Miss, you really can't do without Orphaline. I'm so jealous. Okay, what I want to say is, in conclusion, you have gained nothing from her invasion. Zero. None. Big failure. Chizuru's tone suddenly becomes exaggerated and disappointed. She sat back in her chair, looked up at the ceiling with an expression of the end of the world. Her mental bottom is completely locked, and no one can access it. I tried 107 ways to crack it, but it all failed. I guess this encryption method is probably the rumored Pandora's Code. So genius, it's annoying. Even after 10 years, no one can crack it. Isn't that terrifying? Yeah, by mental bottom, they mean neurocloud, but the deepest layer. That's what I'm assuming. In short, it's unlikely for me to directly enter her base layer through hard access mode. It's really boring. Disappointing. Are you calling me away from the young lady just to tell me this result? Hey, isn't it just up to you? The third generation doll with superior and massive computing power to try it out? Is there anyone in the Girard group who is more proficient in electronic warfare besides you? Why should I help you? Of course, it's for... Eigla stared coldly at Chilavig, who then showed a smug smile that Eigla particularly disliked but was helpless, rubbing her hands and saying, "Of course, it is for the better implementation of Mrs. Paradise Project." Defy will take away that box, and they will inevitably have access to a large amount of intelligence on the test samples inside. Perhaps they can uncover top-secret information and help the young lady break through the technical barriers in one fell swoop. Hey, do I sound a bit too misleading when I say that? Eigla lifted her hand and gently tidied up its sleeve with her slender fingers, a simple movement that exuded a chilling pressure. Please reactivate her. Ooh, are you sure? Chizurik's eyes lit up suddenly, and then she leaned closer to Eigla with an almost surprised expression on her face. Anyway, no matter what careful thoughts you have, it's not harmful to me. Hey, look at what you're saying. Of course I'm doing it for the sake of the young lady, but I also have a small advantage to take up. Eigla didn't respond to her, just pulled out the connection cable from her own interface. Be careful when invading. If breakthrough fails, she should just self-destruct. Then there's no need to play. Please proceed with operation, Miss Chilavig. The tone of Eigla showed no fluctuation, but carried an unquestionable majesty. I think you should be aware that the time does not accompany us, whether it is for you or for me. That old man Oleg has already knows that you're doing some tricks. Hey, that old man doesn't look that stupid either. If he finds out that you ruined his good things... Be careful with your words, Miss Chilavig. Okay. Eigla is the biggest. It's the greatest. Your Excellency is the most beautiful. You're the final say. You're the final say. Or it's your final say. Chilavig showed obedience with an exaggerated salute, and the light in her eyes became even brighter. With Chilavig's acceptance, without the need for orders, those puppet dolls dressed like humans began to move one by one as if injected with life. Their movements were precise and mechanical, without any hesitation. They operate precisely according to the process, pulling down the gate, and the buzzing sound of the machine is like a prayer before resurrection. Following the wires that filled her entire body, the current instantly flowed through Alva's body. She instinctively struggled for a moment, then let out a painful groan. But the strings firmly secured her body, preventing her from moving at all. The process of awakening took some time, until a moment later Alva slowly opened her eyes, and the blurry vision gradually became clear and focused. She looked around, admiring the unfamiliar environment and the puppet dolls, who stood still after being busy, staring blankly at her. She didn't see Chilovic. Her gaze fell directly onto Eigla. Seeing Eigla, Alva suddenly relaxed and a gentle smile appeared. Eigla raised her eyebrows slightly, and that almost imperceptible gesture was the only surprise she showed. She elegantly straightened the hem of her suit and walked slowly to Alva, her eyes revealing a calm scrutiny. I must admit, your reaction is quite unexpected. May I ask, what brought you joy? I laugh at you for being helpless. Alva's tone was calm, but with a hint of mockery. You already tried to invade my base layer, haven't you? If you succeed, you wouldn't restart me. Eigla maintains an elegant posture, with only a hint of cold light flashing in her eyes. And with you here, I think there's only one possibility. Yamasuna, who acted alone, has become even harder to catch, right? The goal has become smaller, and you may not even be able to hide her anywhere, or find her anywhere. Otherwise, they're the only one who can balance Yamasuna. You cannot leave the front line. After all, I'm just an insignificant little character, right? She paused and continued speaking. You left the front line and came to me, which only means that whether it's catching Yamasuna or deciphering my mind, you all have failed. Now you are helpless and restless. Eigla chuckled lightly, her laughter elegant and melodious, yet as cold as ice water. She elegantly approached Alva, reached out her hand and gently lifted her chin with her fingertips, moving softly. Your observational skills are commendable, but your conclusions are too hasty. Attempting to provoke your opponent is not a wise move, especially in your current situation. The experience I can provide for you is probably far beyond your imagination. Oh, is the fun part about to start? Chilovic had slipped behind Alva at some point, excitedly clapping her hands with a sickly glint in her eyes. Little Alva, do you know? Don't look at Miss Eigla as gentle as water. She is famous for her diverse methods. I'm curious how she would treat you. Would she make you cry bitterly, scream for mercy, or is it a crazy breakdown? You. Noticing the presence of Chilovic, I was motioned to show a flaw in her first time. You're not... I didn't die? Tis, tis, tis. This is the least important thing for you now, little cutie. Chilovic's voice was filled with childlike curiosity and excitement. She leaned down and leaned close to Alva's ear, deliberately amplifying her voice to ensure that Eigla could also hear her.
イグラって普段は超真面目だけど
Eigla usually looks dignified, elegant, and serious, but in private...
きっといっぱい遊んでもらえるんじゃないかな
I bet she has a whole set of special games ready for you.
チルロビグ様、その辺でご
Miss Chileve, your enthusiasm is touching, but perhaps you can restrain yourself a little? The sound of Eigla is still elegant, but the tone has taken a hint of warning.
もう私を苦しめることはない。
Believe me, I have endured countless pains that you cannot give me. After a brief surprise, Alva quickly restrained her emotions and turned back to Eigla. Eigla preparing to strap one. Eigla stared at Alva with an almost appreciative expression in her eyes. She took a slight step back, her fingers brushing against Alva's cheek. The touch was so gentle that it almost came from a lover, but it made people feel a chill.
強情な方ですね。
Resilience is admirable. However, I am not trying to compete with your past experiences.
それよりも、あな
I'm
たの
just curious,
パートナーはあなた
do you feel a little
自由を
relieved when your partner gains freedom because of your departure?
ずっと自分を足かせだと思って
After all,
いたでしょう。
you've always been her shackle, haven't you? Alva didn't answer, just showed a contemptuous smile, which ignited an unnamed flame in Eigla's mind. She turned around and said in an unquestionable voice to Chilevik,
最終段階から始めてもいいでしょう。
I think we can directly enter the final stage.
へえそうしちゃう
Time for the main dish? Chilevik suddenly rubbed her hands together.
この子のメンタルどんな形してる
I can't wait to see what her
綺麗な
mind looks like.
それとも星空
Like a delicate box? Or like a starry sky? Or like a maze? It's so exciting! Eigla ignored Chilevik's fanaticism and just nodded lightly, indicating that the puppet dolls would continue to operate.
始めてください。
Let's do it. Several dolls surround Eigla in the middle and use their hands to feel and connect various cables to the connecting wires pulled out by Eigla. A huge amount of signals rushed through Alva's mind along the cable, making her eyes almost pitch black. In the darkness, Alva struggled hard but couldn't break free from the restraints that bound her body. In almost an instant, Alva's body began to tremble violently. The next second, she fell into a state of unconscious again.
構成防壁がダウンしました。
Her offensive defenses failed. You can do anything you want now.
えもう
Ooh, this fast?
長くは持ちません。やるなら早
But I
く。
can't guarantee how long this will last. You better do it as soon as possible.
オッケー
Julia waved her hands joyfully, her eyes almost glowing as she leaned closer to Alva as if admiring a rare treasure.
植物もいいけど私は人形のメンタルを
Do you know, Miss Eigla? Although my major is in plants, I actually enjoy studying the human mind in my spare time.
まるで埋められたお宝を掘り起こすようなこの
There are so many secrets and surprises inside. It's as if
勝手に貢献する気になったら
it's as exciting as opening a gift.
イグラ
If one day you're willing to dedicate yourself to scientific research, please let me know.
その情熱。
Your enthusiasm is impressive. I hope you can use this passion in the right direction. The tone of Eigla is gentle, but the warning in the eyes become increasingly evident.
本来なら一刻でも早くお嬢様の
I should have immediately returned to the young lady's side, but considering the importance of this matter, I decided to stay and personally supervise the process. Eigla elegantly, walked to the control console on one side of the laboratory, sat down on a high-backed chair, maintaining a perfect posture, and fixed her gaze on Alva. Ooh, what an honor, being able to receive such high attention from Miss Eigla. Tiva looked at Eigla with a feigned sense of loss, but a slight gleam flickered in her eyes. Don't get me wrong, Miss Chilovic. I'm just making sure everything goes according to plan. After all, I have some concerns about your work methods. Miss Eigla is always so distrustful of others. Chilovic pouted exaggeratedly, then revealed a fanatical smile. Of course, she will take good care of this little toy. She prepared a special dream for Alva. I look forward to your presentation of achievements. Chilovic turned to Alva, caressing her cold face with both hands, her eyes sparkling with an almost obsessive light. How shall I prepare this toy? The heart beats violently, as if it is about to jump out of the chest in the next second. Alva woke up in chaos, but remembered that she had no heart at all. Her breathing became heavy, and her body was covered in cold sweat like a thorn on her back. Faced with the darkness and chaos in front of her, she intently touched her eyes. She can't see anything. Did it get dark, or did she lose the light? She instinctively wanted to take a step forward, but felt like she was floating in the void without any point of focus. At this point, Alva realized she was currently being invaded. And the next moment, she realized this fact. A loud noise suddenly rang out from around, getting closer and closer as if deliberately aiming to approach Alva. As a terrifying voice grew closer, suddenly a dazzling light shone in front of Alva's eyes. Subconsciously, she reached out her hand to block the light, but in the next second, she could see the chilling scenes around her. Thousands of corpses rushed towards her like a tide, and the mountains and fields were filled with a pungent odor, making everything seem like it was not an illusion. No. Alva tried to raise the gun and resist, but found nothing in her hand. And just after a momentary daze, it was like a reed washed away by a torrent, submerged by the tide of corpses. She resisted with all her might, tearing open one body after another with steel-like fingers. However, without pain, the endless tide of corpses always prevails. Her body was dug open by claws and teeth, the circuit was cut off, and electric sparks exploded, one burnt black after another on the zombies, but they couldn't stop their footsteps. Eve felt her vision turn dark again. And this time, it seemed like a premonition of her death. Her limbs gradually lost their strength, and she didn't know if the circuit had been cut off or if her controller was on the verge of shutting down. She opened her mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. The tides of corpses buried her in the abyss. She didn't feel any pain, she just grew increasingly tired. She's just a little tired. What are you daydreaming about? Just as Alva was about to fall asleep, a tremendous force suddenly grabbed her wrist and forcefully pulled her out from the tide of corpses. Before she could react, she heard the sound of pulling the trigger from above her head. The next second, her A94 was thrown into her arms like a burning stick. She looked at the person in disbelief. Oh damn. She looks good. Shut up, there's no time for nonsense. Get ready for battle. Yeah, so that would have been a big shocker if I wasn't spoiled. I'm going to the bathroom. Fuck Twitter. The lake. Maybe see Alien again? Maybe. The thick, dark, suffocating air blocked the throat, causing nausea, but not even vomiting. This is Alva's only feeling at this moment. She felt as if she was trapped in a huge quagmire, unable to breathe or move. In her ears, there were deafening roars and nauseating sounds of chewing. Eelits. Unlike living bones, countless eelits, affected bodies transformed from humans, are flooding like in the tide. In Alva's memory, the eelits she had never seen before had such a wide variety of categories as before. Now in front of her, these monsters come in various forms, some like beasts, some like insects, some like humans, but without exceptions, they all emit a terrifying aura. The sharp claws can easily tear open humanoid armor, but Alva resisted fiercely, her gun spewing flames and knocking down one eelit after another. But more eelits surged up, as if endless. Alva could feel the bullets hitting them, and even smell this burnt smell. But these monsters seemed to be tireless and painless. Their quantity, too many. A strong sense of helplessness surged into Alva's mind, and an irreversible sense of giving up no matter what she did made her lower her gun. What are you doing? 94, keep shooting! A loud, reproachful voice came from behind Alva, which shook her body and quickly loaded her magazine to start a new round of shooting. Finish this round and follow me to retreat. Our birthday explosives. Remember to run faster. Angie stood up from the cover, and only then did Alva see Angie's full picture. With her hair tied, she still had the familiar look. As she fired, she cursed loudly. After shooting the last magazine, she threw her weapon at the still surging corpses and pounded Alva's shoulder, shouting at her. Come with me, 94. Angie ran backwards, and Alva immediately followed behind her. Angie took out a detonator and threw it to Alva, and the tide of corpses had already rushed to the position where they were in the shelter just now. Send it to heaven, 94. Or, really, that's supposed to be hell? I'm not sure. I feel like Angie would say hell, not heaven, but, you know, the meaning's still there. Without hesitation, Alva pressed the detonator, and the explosion immediately sounded. A scorching wave of air rushed from behind, blowing away the surrounding dust and sand. At this moment, Alva could finally see that it was an old station, and Angie was running towards the station with her. Well done, 94. We safe now? Angie and Alva rushed into the platform, where a railway track extended to the left and right sides, but there were no vehicles inside the station. At the location where the vehicles were supposed to be, monsters were staring at them greedily, making terrifying low roars and slowly approaching. Seems too early for safety. 94, do you still have the bullets? Alva lowered her head and looked at the weapon, leaving only the last magazine inserted into the gun. And Angie pulled out the MP443 from her waist and the dagger she had carried with her, giving Alva a bitter smile. Seems you have to hold on until the train arrives at the station. The next battle's a tough one. Get ready for battle. We must live together. Countless Elid almost submerged the entire station, but the train mentioned by Angie has not arrived yet. Alva attached the bayonet to the muzzle and fought with all her might against the tide of corpses. Disgusting juices and limbs danced everywhere, and Elid was pierced and chopped into pieces under the cold light of the bayonet. Where are the other Defy dolls? Why don't they come to protect Angie? By the way, Angie. Suddenly, Alva remembered the person who should be protected the most in a desperate situation. Alva wanted to shout Angie's name, but she couldn't make any sound. It's not that she didn't want to shout, but her voice was drowned out by the deafening roars of the corpse tide. Her throat seemed to be choked by something, dry and painful, and could only produce faint breath sounds. She desperately opened her mouth, but in vain. She could only inhale more suffocating air. She saw Angelia. Angie stood not far away, but with her back to her, fighting fiercely against Elid. She seemed unable to see Alva, just kept pulling the trigger and spewing flames from the muzzle, knocking down one Elid after another. However, the number of Elid is simply too many, like endless waves rushing in wave after wave. Several bodies of Elid had already fallen beside Angelia, but more Elid had pounced on her. An Elid pounced from behind Angelia, the sharp claws clawing at her back. Angelia's claws quickly dodged, but another Elid pounced from the side. She shot and killed the Elid, but more Elid had already surrounded her. Angelia's movements began to slow down, and her handgun was already empty and hanging. No matter how strong her will was or how well trained she was just a human. Several wounds have already appeared in her body, and blood is flowing out from the wounds. Alva wanted to rush over to rescue, but her surroundings were already surrounded by Elid, and she couldn't even take a step forward. She could only watch helplessly as Angelia fell into trouble, but was powerless. This feeling of powerlessness, this familiar, powerless feeling. A huge Elid pounced and knocked Angelia to the ground. Alva instinctively touched the handgun around her waist, but found an empty space. Almost at the same time, she saw Angie's handgun fall to the ground. That one, MP443, has been with her for 10 years. Angie struggled to get up, but Elid's sharp claws has already pierced her body. Blood instantly dyed her clothes red, more shocking than the electronic components exposed when a doll is torn apart. Angie fell to the ground, struggling weakly, but Alva saw her gaze turn towards herself. Her eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness, but there was no fear or despair. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something to Alva. But Alva couldn't hear what she was saying. Her ears were only filled with the roars and roars of monsters. Angie pounded the ground suddenly, and the sounds around her disappeared completely. Alva seemed to be deaf and couldn't hear anything. But Angie, who fell to the ground, fiercely kicked away the attacking Elid and began shouting at Alva. In the silence, her voice was clear and piercing. Get in the car, quickly! What? The surrounding sound suddenly resumed, and Elid's roar returned to Alva's ears once again, even louder than that. A train was rushing towards the station with its whistle roaring. And a burst of machine gun fire came from behind Alva, and the tide of corpses around her also fell to the ground in response. Oh! Look who it is. Look who it is. Gallons. Nope, that looks way too good to be Photoshop. It's really tragic, Senior. Nadia? The doll holding a machine gun lowered her eyes, and the machine gun in her hands kept spewing flames, knocking down pieces of Elid. Her shallow smile was as mysterious as Alva remembered, and after learning all the truth in Alva's eyes, there was something else behind this mystery. No, you've already... dead, yes. Everyone will die. After a fierce attack, the RPK-60 machine gun stopped roaring. She ran out of bullets. But death does not belong to dolls, nor to you, Alva. You should get in the car now. Get in the car? Alva only felt a sharp pain in her mind. She seems to have forgotten something very important. The train made a piercing sound of brakes and came to a stop on the platform after a burst of sparks. The doors suddenly opened, as if waiting for someone's arrival. Alva opened her mouth to ask something, but didn't give her a chance to continue asking. RPK-16, with a smile on her face, suddenly raised her hand and pushed her towards the train. Take care of yourself, dear daughter. Daughter? Never said that. Alva rolled into the train by pushing it, and the train immediately closed its doors and began to start. Your kid's radio, man. Alva rushed to the door and knocked on it. Through the glass, she saw the figure named Embla? Yeah, Embla slowly walking towards Angie. And more Iglas rushed towards them, quickly drowning them in its tide of corpses. No matter how Alva adjusted her position, she could no longer see their figures. Thanks for the gift, Lord Samuel. Appreciate it. I'm assuming that's because of the gift. Alva suddenly woke up. Her vision gradually became clearer from a blur. The figure of the primitive body is rapidly recovering, and the scene in front of her gradually focused, finally freezing in a cold white. He was placed in a semi-enclosed cabin, and the circuits used to attack her mind were also installed on one of her external ports. This is a small space with a cold metal walls covered and various complex circuits and indicator lights. Her body was fixed on the seat, unable to move, and can only move her head slightly. The cabin was filled with a faint buzzing sound, faintly audible as the operations of various instruments and equipment, making people feel restless and uneasy. She felt waves of dizziness and even felt the phantom pain of her limbs being severed. This destimulated pain perceptions impacted Alva's mind. That feeling is so real that it made her feel weightless, as if her body no longer belonged to her. They deliberately activated all of the biomimetic senses, making her feel infinitely closer to humans during interrogation. Even at level 2, she experienced everything as a human. Even today's Alva's feels a moment of confusion, as if her mind had been forcefully stuffed with too much information, becoming dull and chaotic. It took her more than 10 seconds to recover before she could start thinking. The outer layer of her offensive defense was breached, and the opponent added a large amount of perceptual data when attempting to enter the second level. attempting to use the pain of being tortured as a human to impact her mental logic. A large number of hallucinogenic signals also covered Alva's original cognitive ports, attempting to cause her defense system to self-destruct. However, these attacks were ineffective, and Alva woke up from her nightmare. Alva felt silent. Was it because of Angie, or because of her, that she was able to wake up from the nightmare? Through the observation window of the mental pod, Alva could see that she had been staying in the spacious laboratory there not long ago. The researchers in white uniforms were still busy operating instruments and recording data, seemingly unaware that she had awakened. Alva raised an eyebrow because she saw the standing Eigla in the center of the laboratory. She couldn't determine how long she had lost consciousness, as the time that had passed in the level 2 plane couldn't be used as a reference, and her eternal timer was no longer working. Maybe she only turned off the phone for 2 minutes, so Eigla hasn't left yet. Maybe a whole day has passed, and Eigla has already returned. This is not really an insignificant matter. Just as Alva was thinking, she suddenly saw a hurried human soldier break in from outside the lab. Judging from their attire, they look very similar to the armed units they have previously fought against. His face was full of anxiety and fear, and his forehead was also covered in sweat. Even though he was already so flustered, his footsteps and posture still met the standards of a soldier. But there was still a hint of reluctance, even from such a distance. Alva could vaguely see that he had some injuries on his body. Even when seeing the subordinate's appearance, Eigla still maintained an elegant posture, slowly turned around, furrowed her brow slightly, and stared sharply at the security guard. Please explain the reason for your current visit. The security guard nervously swallowed his saliva and visibly twitched his throat, but did not immediately answer the question about... He didn't immediately answer the question. Regarding this, Eigla's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, and a hint of unease flashed in her eyes, indicating that she had already sensed some ominous news. Is there a change in AK-15's message? She says he broke through the blockade area? Are there someone forcibly bring into the sewer search area? No, that has nothing to do with her. The team is still searching. The security guard's forehead oozed with more sweat, but he also understood that no matter how hard it was to say, he couldn't keep avoiding. Although the gaze of Eigla is gentle, it is still intimidating. Miss. He took a deep breath as if he had finally gathered his courage, but as he spoke, he hadn't explained the whole story yet. As soon as she heard the key words and lost her composure, Eigla grabbed his collar. Her elegant movements were accompanied by a rare hint of roughness, lifting the entire security guard up. What's wrong with her? The research institute has been attacked, but it's under control. As if begging for mercy, the soldier hurriedly explained. Eigla's face turned pale. She released her hand, and the security guard fell directly to the ground, coughing violently. She forced herself to maintain a surface calmness, but anyone could see that the anger and concern in her eyes. The security guard dared not look up or look at Eigla's expression. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything and could only utter some meaningless syllables. Yeah, I heard some rumors about Eiglas before. Just as the security guard was still uneasy, suddenly Eigla pulled out a handgun hanging around his waist. It seemed to be specially made with a gilded body that shimmered with a faint blue light. She raised the gun, expressively moving quickly. The security guard didn't even have a chance to react for the first time, and when he realized what Eigla had done, he had already closed his eyes in despair. However, to everyone's surprise, Eigla gently turned around and aimed the gun at Chilovic, who was leisurely shaking her chair not far away. He pulled the trigger. The gun instantly exploded, and the black smoke ignited by retro gunpowder spilled from the muzzle. Almost at the same time, a blood flower burst out of Chilovic's face, causing her to suffer a huge impact and fall to the ground. Without even a scream, her fingers loosened slightly, and there was no more sound, only the foul-smelling blood trickling from the hole in her face slowly flowed, staining most of her floor red. RVK sends her regards. Dylan, please. Let me RVK send. The security guard widened his eyes, covered his mouth, and tried desperately not to make a sound. He has seen dead people before, and even personally executed many people himself. But at this moment, he still only feels fear. I mean, she figured it out. She figured out it was a setup. Alva watched this scene expressionlessly. Eigla's actions were cold and resolute, but not surprising at all. She had already seen through the nature of Eigla earlier. With the fall of Chilovic, the puppet dolls that came and went in the laboratory looked no different from living people, also began to tilt back and forth after one another, completely losing their vitality. Almost at the same time, an instrument on the other side of the research room began to operate. It looked like something similar to a hibernation chamber where Alva was currently located, with a silver-white shell and hatch shimmering with a dazzling luster. After a loud noise accompanied by the sound of mechanical operation and gear meshing, the instrument's cabin door slowly opened with white smoke. Amidst the smoke had seemed like some kind of frozen gas. A naked woman walked out from the inside and casually took off a white coat from the nearby hanger and draped it over her. And with her appearance, those researchers who were swaying like puppets seemed to have regained their lives, slowly standing up one by one and continuing to do their own things as if nothing had happened. How rude. The woman who walked out of the cabin let out a long sigh, but her tone was tinged with an exaggerated mockery. Her hair was wet and her face is wet like a layer of butter, but it is still easy to see that she has the same facial features as Chilovic, who just fell to the ground. What kind of temper are you throwing? Miss Eigla has become increasingly impolite when dealing with old friends like this. I have come to bargain, Dormammu. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, her movements exaggerated as if performing magic. With her greeting, several creatures like the researcher who had just cleaned her coffee immediately emerged from the corner of the lab and began cleaning up the bodies and bloodstains on the ground. Their methods are rapid and proficient, as if they had undergone countless training sessions, or exaggerated countless identical situations. No, she's just wearing a coat. There's no shirt underneath. They carried the body away, wiped away the bloodstains, waxed the floor again, and everything was restored to its original state. As if nothing had happened just now.
戻ってください。
Please go back. As if granted amnesty, the soldier fled the lab in a rolling and crawling manner. After retreating from the stunned security guard, Eigla turned back to the brand new Chilovic.
何度も強調する必要はないかと思いましたが、あなたを買いかぶりすぎて。
I thought I didn't need to elaborate too much, but it seems like this is an overestimation on your intelligence level.
もう一度言います。
Don't forget, the reason why I accompany you with your dirty and despicable plan
ジラードグループ。
is entirely aimed at defending the interests of the Girard group and the young lady. Thanks for the sub, Dylan.
覚えてるに決まってるじゃん。それに
What does heaven, earth, goodness, and heart care about? Could it be that I sent someone to attack the Research Institute? I'm a scientist, and I can guarantee that my brain is functioning properly.
いきなり人のこと撃っちゃってさ。
Moreover, what problem can you solve simply by killing them?
怖い怖い。だからオルフェルーネにも文句言われてるん
Miss
だ
Eigla is always so violent. No wonder Ophelia, sweetheart, thinks you're too serious. Eigla held the handgun with a wisp of gunpowder and turned back towards Chilovic, with the muzzle still pointing at her head as if it could be fired again at any moment. However, Chilovic showed no fear, just spreading her hands innocently, with a hint of madness shining in her eyes. So that's why she appeared again as if nothing happened, even though she had already committed suicide. He follows Alva's gaze towards the hatch and knows that Alva had already awakened. She blinked her eyes exaggeratedly, then opened her mouth wide, making a feigned surprised expression, and then threw a flirtatious glance, her smile full of pathological mischievousness. Alva coldly locked eyes with her. Resurrection? Really disgusting technique. Eigla squinted her eyes as she looked at Chilovic, whose small movements naturally couldn't escape her eyes, but she didn't care.
私が研究所を後にして30
I only left the research institute for less than half an hour when it was attacked, and it happened during my absence. Do you think I would consider it a coincidence?
そういう予想できないこと
Of course it is. Isn't everything involved just a coincidence? It's just a coincidence that we met. Chilovic spun around like a child, and her white coat curved in the air.
反逆への尋問のためにと
You said there are important issues with the
私をここへ
trial
呼び出
of
したのはあなたです
the Phi and asked me to come immediately.
そうだっけ最近物忘れ
Is that so? Oh my, I don't have a good memory. Chilovic exaggeratedly put on a troubled expression, then jumped directly onto the chair, swinging her legs like a child.
でも私なら
But if I were you, I would definitely rush to the young lady's side right now instead of venting my emotions here.
無事だとしてもきっと心細いと
Even she's
思う
not
よ
injured. There's probably more harm to be done.
襲撃も一度で終わるとは
And
限らないし
if there's a second wave of attacks, I don't know if there will be any more okay luck. Eigla's face turned even paler, and a hint of concern flashed through her eyes. She tidied up the hem of her suit, retracted the gun into its holster, and restored her graceful and smooth movements.
お嬢様にもしものことがあればあな
If
た
there
は
is
もう
any
二度と
mishap
復
with
活
the young
すること
lady,
はないでしょう
I will personally ensure that you do not have the chance to wake up Miss Chilovic. Her tone returned to calm, but the icy threat was more chilling than any roar. She gave Chilovic a cold glance at the end, then turned around and left the lab, ignoring any elegance, and quickly rushed towards the Orphaline's Research Institute. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away and eventually disappeared completely. Only a faint smell of gunpowder and bloody smell pervaded the laboratory. Oh my, she's gone. She doesn't know how to enjoy life at all, does she? And after Elin went away, Chilovic jumped off the chair and happily spun around in the lab where only puppets came and went, as if performing on stage. Alva knew she was talking to herself. But she has no intention of responding. Chilovic bounced up and down the hibernation chamber where Alva was located, with the back of her white coat dragging on the floor and her bare feet making a clattering sound. She was like a curious child, gently tapping the observation window with her fingers and peeking out to observe Eve inside the hibernation chamber. I didn't expect you to wake up halfway. Your mental strength is even higher than I imagined. She looked at Alva with great interest, her eyes shining brightly, as if she were looking at a precious piece of art, our beloved toy. A typical doll in that guy's hands won't last for even 3 seconds, and her mind will burn out. And you're able to break free from the top level torture program on your own. You know what? I think compared to Eigla, you look more like a 3rd generation doll. Alva looked at researcher Nito in front of her. Okay, Alva looked at the Nito researcher in front of her, her heart filled with disgust and vigilance. She doesn't know what this woman really wants to do. The people of Orlog are a group of brainless, mediocre individuals who have completely deviated from their approach to doll development. Performance is getting stronger one by one, but the mind is immature and competing one by one. If the symbol of excellence is the ability to fight, then the first 3 generations of dolls were not RO635, but your rebellious AK-15, right? Well, Defy. But Defy is AK-15, right? Eigla's mind was only focused on that tank, but she didn't notice at all that you were the most precious asset of the Defy squad. Samantha Shaw is undoubtedly a genius. As a military expert who has been working on heavy firepower weapons for half her life, she only scratched the surface of the doll's path and created Pandora and you. Really calling people jealous. Chilovic let out an exaggerated sigh, her expressions becoming gloomy, and then suddenly burst into a big smile. Unfortunately, no matter how exciting one talent may be, death turns them into a pale pile of dust, meaningless. Only those who live to the end are the true winners. She pointed her right thumb at herself, with a bright smile but a hint of coldness. I am not as intelligent as those geniuses, but I will live to the end, stepping on everyone's shoulders and being the first to touch the truth.
あんたはそのための布石だよ。
You are my next step, little cutie. Tudovik grinned and knocked on the observation window, as if tapping on the pet fish tank.
さて、続けようか。大丈夫。
We should continue playing.
ちゃん
Don't worry, I will make sure you don't wake again. I'll make sure you don't wake up again this time.
あんたのメンタルに隠されたもの。
Let me see.
全部
How many good things can I dig out of your mind? What surprises will there be? After speaking, she bounced up and down the control console of the hibernation pod, squeezed out the puppet, and personally started operating it. As she operated, the hibernation pod emitted another buzzing sound, and Alva felt her consciousness gradually blur again. Darkness once again enveloped her. Before she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was the playful and excited look in Tudovik's eyes. She fell into darkness again. But this time she didn't know if she could wake up again. Na 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 na. This is gonna be the last one. This will be the last one, and then we'll have to finish the rest on Thursday. Commander, the enemy has been driven out of the Research Institute. Squad 404 is currently engaged in combat with the remaining enemies near the Research Institute, and the Monsoon team is also on their way to reinforce.
404に繋いでくれ。
How many connect to 404?
来るかい。状況は
Bukai, how's the situation now?
交戦中です。敵の装備は強力
We're still engaged in the firefight with the other party, who is well equipped but unable to determine their influence.
生け捕りにしますか。
They deliberately concealed their identity. Should the attack rules be changed?
いや、殲滅を優先してくれ。
No need. Prioritize eliminating them, and then gather as much information as possible.
了解。ですが数は相手の
Understood, but our numbers are still too small.
狙って3回
If the opponent's target is that young lady, we may not be able to intercept once we divide our forces.
これから彼女を避難させる。それが済んだら私の位置へ接近してくれ。
Let's go take that young lady to a safe place and control her before you move closer to my position.
はい。指示を待ちます。
Okay, I'll wait for your message, Commander. I turned off communication and looked at Groza and Colfane.
ひとまず404に時間を稼いでもらう。
Let 404 delay the process for now.
コルフェン、そちらの状況は
Colfane, how's the situation around you?
研究所の職員は全員逃げました。
You see everyone in the Research Institute has fled,
ね、ここ。
and there isn't even a single armed guard in this place.
じきにジラードか警察が来るはずだ。
Within control of the area,
オルフェルーネを保護する。
Girard or security personnel should arrive soon. Before that, let's protect Orphaline.
彼女の位置はわかるか？
Can we get the position of that young lady?
さっき最上階まで逃げたのを見ました。
I saw her escape to the experimental area at the top floor just now.
あそこか。わかった。すぐに向かう。
That place? I know that place. Let's go there. Avoiding stray bullets caused by the exchange of fire between the unknown troops and Squad 404, we rushed to the rooftop, broke the glass door of the experimental base, and broke in. In the isolation room where Orphaline conducted a demonstration experiment from me not long ago, a figure was sitting there with her knees in her arms. Rosa and Colfin looked around and didn't see any armed figures. I hid my weapons in my clothes and walked quickly towards her.
オルフェルーネさん。
Orphaline,
あなたどうして？
Why are you here?
帰りの車に乗る前に煙が立ち上がったのが見えたので
I was about to get in the car and leave when I saw black smoke coming from here, so I quickly brought everyone over.
記者なのに英雄を気取らないで。
You're just a journalist, don't try to be a hero. But my name is Hero. Despite her tough tone, the panic and tears in Orphaline's eyes betrayed her true emotions, and I quickly walked over to observe her state. Although Orphaline was trembling all over, she didn't seem to have suffered any external injuries, and judging from her breathing, she probably didn't have any visceral injuries from the explosion. I reached out my hand to Orphaline, and although I hesitated for a moment, I still held my hand and stood up.
研究所を襲った連中は
What about the people who attacked the research institute?
撃退されました
They've been temporarily repelled.
撃退。
Repelled?
でもここに警備は
But there are no guards with guns here?
私たちが撃退しました
We found a way to repel them.
あなたたちが
You did?
とにかくここは危険です早く逃げましょう
Anyways, it's very dangerous here. The attackers don't know when they will come back. You need to leave here quickly.
冗談じゃないわ。
No, don't joke around. As I entered the Girard group, how could I be intimidated by a mere underling?
それに貴重な実験データ
Moreover, these research data are also priceless treasures. How can let them be destroyed? Orphaline's tone was tough, but she clumsily held the pile of data boards and test tubes in her hand, almost falling off. She bit her lip, trying to take everything on alone.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか植物
Now it's not the time to think about those things. Plants can still be cultivated if they are destroyed, but if anything happens to you, everything will be over.
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私が
How could anything happen to this young lady? I am... But... Her voice suddenly lowered, as if speaking to herself.
この研究がなければ私は
But without these studies, I don't know what else I can do.
あなたはまだ20代です
It's early to say this now.
引き返せます
You're only in your 20s, and have a long life to go.
フランクフルトで生き残ったんでしょ
Have you forgot?
なら
You haven't all experienced what happened in Frankfurt, and now these are nothing at all. Orphaline's eyes flickered as if they had triggered some memory.
そうよ。
You're right.
ついでに研究
But don't misunderstand.
的に移すのもいいかもし
I'm
れ
just
ない
considering that it's okay to temporarily transfer to research.
デモンストレーションは絶対
Tomorrow's demonstration will definitely not be cancelled.
さあ行きましょう
Get up quickly, come with me. I gestured for Culping to hold onto Orphaline, but this time Orphaline obediently followed Culping and began to move forward. As soon as we arrived at the door, there was suddenly a fierce exchange of fire from the bottom of the building, followed by gunshots and explosions. Commander! The enemy started a strong attack in the research institute. Be careful not to be affected.
分かった
Thank you.
できるだけ食い止めてくれ
Stop them. We have to take the young lady out of the lab. Got it. The intensity of the gunfire downstairs has increased a few points, and several rounds of grenades have also flown towards the top floor. Get down! I covered Orphaline and rushed towards the door. The grenade just fired happened to hit the location of the isolation room, scattering the glass and flying towards us under the impact force. Oh my God! Okay, that hurts! Orphaline is slain in surprise, but her face held back from showing too much pain. I lowered her head, and only then did I realize that one of the glass shards had been inserted into her leg. Okay, she got pierced by a glass shard. Golfing! Wayne picked up the lab tweezers and carefully pulled out the glass from fragments. Then she rinsed the wound clean with distilled water and applied an OK bandage. OK bandage? For emergency treatments. First aid bandage. Just be patient and wait until we reach a safe place.
これくらいの傷
This
どうってことないわ
small injury, I don't even care about it. Despite her words, Orphaline couldn't help but sob softly, then clenched her lips as if ashamed of her own weakness.
この建物に守りやすい場所はありますか？
Is there anything suitable for defense in this building?
正門は敵だらけ。
The main entrance is full of tagged enemies. It's too dangerous to go out.
下に防空壕があるわ
Below this building, there's an air raid shelter.
わかりました。
Take us there. After experiencing a series of explosions and attacks, we cautiously advance on our way to the entrance of the air raid shelter.
足大丈夫ですか？
Are you okay? Can your feet still support you?
平気よ
I'm fine. Orphaline endured the pain all the way, but still wanted to maintain her self-esteem.
フランクフルトの時の方が
I
ほどひどかっ
have encountered even worse situations in Frankfurt.
たあの時イグラはまだいなかったから
At the time,
お父様が私を助けて
Eigla hadn't been born yet, so no one could help me. It was my father. Orphaline's voice suddenly became somewhat shaky, as if she was reminiscing about something or feeling worried.
イグラはまだなの
Eigla hasn't come back yet?
どうして
How could she not be by my side at a time like this? Orphaline showed a rare expression of helplessness, then quickly straightened her back.
いや私はジラードグループの次期
No, but of course, this young lady doesn't need her constant protection. I'm the heir of the Girard group. I can protect myself. I looked at her face, revealing a complex expression.
あなたならきっと大丈夫です。
Yes, you can definitely do it, Miss Orphaline. After passing through the long corridor and stairs, we finally arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter that Orphaline had mentioned. During the process of moving forward, Orphaline occasionally showed a very painful expression due to constantly touching the wound on her leg, but always pretending to be strong and straightening her back. Later, Orphaline clumsily fumbled for a while before finding and pressing a button to open the door at the entrance. The door slowly opens, and this is an explosion-proof door made of uniform steel with a thickness up to half a meter. We held Orphaline into the room and watched as the door slowly closed. I gave the order to the second team.
裏庭の防空壕に入った。敵を近づかせるな。
We entered the basement in the backyard, guarded by the surrounding area, and prevented the enemy from approaching.
了解
Alright.
交代するのは今のうちよ目標沈黙交代するのは今のうちよ静かにして白カラーの声だよえへへ指揮官敵が撤退を始めました
Commander, the enemy starting to retreat.
やっと諦めてくれたか。
Have they finally given up?
そのようには
It doesn't look quite like that.
強風招待から報告ですあの第三世代人形が戻ってきました
Wait a minute. The Monsoon Squad reports that the third generation doll who left just now has returned.
イグラ、早かったな。
Eigla responds quite quickly.
到着まであと3分
Her vehicle's still 3 minutes away. Oh. Her vehicle's still 3 minutes away? I thought she would literally just ran over there. I think she'd be the type of doll who can run faster than a car. Her vehicle's still 3 minutes away, and our team's location will encounter her. Commander, what should we do?
撤退だ。彼女との衝突は避けたい。
Evacuate the location of the research institute and do not conflict with her.
狙いはオルフ
Our target's that young lady. Oh. I will come find you, Commander. We'll be fine. Please maintain a safe distance and observe the air raid shelter where we are located. Eigla is not something that we can deal with right now. Don't attack her unless absolutely necessary. The car is on the way. She's already here. Understood. We will be on the periphery and ready to provide support at any time. Thank you. Over. It seems that the people who attacked the Research Institute should have also received the message of Eigla returning and evacuated. Being able to understand the situation of the Research Institute so well, there seems to be a lot of problems within the Girard group. There's a medical kit for emergency use inside the air raid shelter. Colfing took off the medical kit and helped Orphaline reprocess the wound. Orphaline nodded in gratitude to Colfing, but her trembling still didn't stop, as if she was still worried about whether the enemy would come. To be sure, I walked up to her and comforted her. Don't worry, the attack is over. Why are you carrying weapons? Aren't you a journalist? Journalist is high risk these days, so it's not surprising to learn some shooting skills to defend yourself, right? Is that so? We are American journalists. It's funny because it works. By the way, Miss Orphaline, has this research institute been attacked before? No, not even once. This place has always been very secure because of the confidentiality level is very high, and even the security department of the group is not allowed to approach it. Don't you think it's strange not to leave armed security? No way, Lviv's so safe. Why do we need armed security? That is to say, the attack was triggered by recent events. Is it to destroy the research results here? Or is it directly aimed to attack this young lady? If she is a key figure in the Paradise Project, there are quite a few forces that want her to disappear. Commander, we evacuated. Eigla has entered the research suit. You must be careful. Are you really a journalist? I feel like, judging from your performance just now, a loud noise came from the door, interrupting Orphaline's questioning. Yeah, we know who that is. The safety door to the air raid shelter was blasted open, causing a huge impact that twisted and deformed the heavy steel door. After the dust dispersed, the figure of Eigla appeared from the door. The thin scabbard of the sword at her waist emitted a low-key silver light, reflecting the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture was meticulous, like that of a nobleman stepping into an opera house, rather than the doll who had just destroyed a steel iron protective door. Eigla held a gun in her hand aimed directly at my head. She slowly walked towards me step by step. Please allow me to interrupt everyone's conversation. If there is any disrespect, please feel free to ask. I don't know what that means. Hi, Han.
今すぐお嬢様から離れてください。
Must request that you all leave immediately.
これ以上お嬢様に不快な思いをさせるものなら
If Miss Orphaline suffers an extra second of discomfort due to hesitation, I'm afraid I will resort to some impolite means. The sound of Eigla is cold and bone-chilling, forming a sharp contrast to the elegance in language. At my suggestion, Groza and Corposant did not take out their weapons, while I stared closely at Eigla's eyes, trying to not lose momentum. Eigla, you're finally here! Orphaline's eyes gleamed with joy, and their previously forged calmness had completely dissipated. Eigla took a step forward, and the sound of the high heels hitting the ground was clear as crystal. She gracefully bowed slightly, her left hand lightly touching her chest, making a perfect bow gesture. Miss, please forgive me being late. Are you injured? The sound of Eigla first showed a slight unstable fluctuation, but its almost perfect posture remained unchanged. Her face was momentarily invaded by self-blame, but quickly replaced by resolute restraint. She knelt on one knee, lightly touching her chest with her right hand, and made an impeccable loyalty gesture. Seeing you injured is the biggest shame for me as your assistant. It was my unforgivable dereliction of duty that I failed to be by your side when you needed me. Please impose punishment. It's nothing. I was just scratched by the glass. As a member of the Girard family, this minor injury is nothing at all. Your strength moves me, miss. After I finish dealing with these unwelcome guests, I will take you to the best hospital to avoid leaving scars. Eigla elegantly stood up from the ground, her movements as smooth and coherent as water, her gaze once again falling towards us, the icy killing intent chilling. Ladies and gentlemen, if Fabin Group sends you here, I think we may be able to have a more civilized negotiation. Girard is willing to offer 10 times your current remuneration in exchange for not setting foot in Levit again in the future. This law should be enough for everyone to enjoy life and building any white area. White zone. What do you think? You misunderstand, Eigla. Actually, they came back to save me. Miss, please allow me to handle these miscellaneous matters. This is responsibility for me. The tone of Eigla remained gentle and polite, but with an unquestionable determination. She also maintained the purity and nobility of your heart, just like the day you picked me up in front of the furnace. You picked me up in front of the furnace? Someone tried to destroy her? The fuck? Why? And now the skirt and eliminate the lives of these 30 people for you. Speak up. What conditions do you want before you are willing to release Miss Orphaline? Or do you insist and force me to tear you apart in front of Miss Orphaline? You should really listen carefully to Orphaline's words. If you don't believe me, at least calmly analyze the current situation. If I were in cahoots with the attackers outside, wouldn't it be better just take Orphaline away? Why am I still staying here in the airway shelter? Perhaps the purpose of the operation is just pretend to be the savior and gain the trust of the young lady, isn't it? Is it meaningful to do that kind of thing?
この人たちは命をかけて守ってくれた。
They haven't protected me from the attack just now.
それに私の人を見る目は確かよ。私が気に入ったのだから間違いない。
Moreover, my vision is not wrong. How could the person I selected for the interview be a bad person? Orphaline proudly raised her chin, but also unconsciously pinched the hem of her clothes due to a tense atmosphere.
わかりました。お嬢様に免じて。
Since Miss Orphaline trusts you, I can give you a chance to explain.
なぜ武器を持った戦術人形が
Could you please explain, as the editor-in-chief, why your company personnel are tactical dolls wielding weapons?
研究所の外でこそこそ隠れている
There are also sneaky mice outside the research institute peeping here. I think those are also your subordinates, right? She unexpectedly noticed that the second team monitoring from the periphery was indeed a difficult enemy to deal with.
ファルベングループではないのなら
It's not a lackey of the Faven group. There's nothing more than a lackey of the Namfa, or other organizations like the UNNC.
残念ながらそのどれでも
Unfortunately, you guessed wrong.
では
That's journalist camera crew. Support team. Nah, it's just a camera crew. May I ask who you belong to?
私は自分の目的で動いています。
I don't belong to any power, but I do have my own purpose.
お嬢様お聞きになりましたか。やはり信用できない相手で
Miss, you I heard that this is a person with ulterior motives.
決してもよろしいですね。
Can I do it to them now? Can I kill them now?
でも
What?
近頃の情勢からオルフェルーネさん
Well, my purpose of coming here is because I heard that Miss Orphaline may be at risk of being attacked, which is why I brought my tactical dolls.
そして事実
Fortunately, thanks to their presence, we withstood the first wave of external attacks and ensured the safety of Miss Orphaline.
まさか私たちと襲撃者の違い
I
が
don't think you can't tell that the attacking troops are different from us, can you?
もしかして最初から私を
Are you specifically here to protect me? Eigla frowned. Although she wanted to take action immediately, she could no longer change the fat in Orphaline's heart. Orphaline raised her hand and gestured her not to do anything. But as the butler, she could not disobey the young lady's orders.
はいそれも目的の一つです
And my other purpose of coming here is to ask Miss Orphaline a real question I want to ask.
私の本当に聞きたい質問に答えていただくためです
本当に聞きたい質問
A real problem? I ignored the sword pointed at me and asked Orphaline in an unquestionable voice.
オルフェルーネさん楽園計画の本質は
Miss Orphaline, I'm afraid your Paradise Project is not as simple as it seems.
何を言ってるの
I don't understand what you're saying.
楽園計画についてなら
I've already shown you that the
全てよ
Paradise Project, during the demonstration just now,
あなたは確か研究にあたって
you said before that your research has received technical assistance from other scientists, right?
それは誰から受けたのか
Can you honestly tell
教えてい
me
ただけませんか
who this other scientist is? She realized it. Eigla's posture underwent a subtle change, although it's still maintained its elegant appearance. A hint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. She took a half step forward, and the sound of her high heels touching the ground echoed, clearly inside the air raid shelter.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。
Please allow me to issue the final warning. Your Excellency, Miss Orphaline has no obligation to answer such questions.
重ねて警告します。
The reason why I haven't taken action yet is because I don't want the young lady to see a cruel scene. Don't use my tolerance as a bargaining chip to gain an advantage. Completely different from the confident expression just now, I saw such obvious anger on Eigla for the first time. I think I may have already grasped the key to this problem.
指揮官イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました
And we have aimed at the head of the... We have aimed at the head of that dirt-recent doll. As soon as she tilts her head, we will shoot immediately. At the air raid shelter? Wait, you have... Hold on. You have a visual in the air raid shelter? There shouldn't be any windows in the air raid shelter. Unless she's aiming from the door. The railgun? Could be the railgun. It could be the railgun. Yeah, she could be using railgun. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I forgot about the railgun. I forgot about that. But if it's the railgun, just tilting his head wouldn't really be smart. Like, yeah, let me tilt my head, and then the powerful railgun shoots past him, and his ear just gets shaved off because of the velocity. The voice coming from the earphones, I remain calm and decided to continue questioning. But before I could open my mouth, Orphaline started speaking on her own. It's okay, Eigla. There's nothing to hide about this matter. I've already told them something earlier. The person who assisted me in my research is also an expert in the field of plant science, herbology. Her previous research focus was on genetic engineering, and she only transitioned into the field of herbology 10 years ago. Now that's pretty convenient. That's what I meant by Chilevek. She's my good friend, and you should also be able to find information about her on various academic websites. And to be honest, when I first met you, the scene was very similar to her first encounter. At that time, I encountered a bottleneck in my research and tried many methods, but couldn't break through. Although that young lady is unwilling to admit it, she is indeed stuck. At that moment, she happened to appear. She not only helped me overcome the technical difficulties at the time, but also proposed more innovative solutions. And she fully agrees with my belief that plants can help humanity lead a better future. It was she who helped me solve the landing problem of the particle transformation carrier and those flowers. I'm very grateful to her. She's one of the few who does not consider this young lady as a... Orphaline suddenly stops and I'm willing to continue the topic. Anyway, Chilevek helped me a lot at that time. Hey, I've already finished speaking about that matter. Orphaline turned back to me. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her voice became less forceful. Now it's your turn to answer. Orphaline's voice trembled slightly. Are you really just interested in my research when you come to interview me? Yeah, he almost got away with it. Almost. It's time to destroy this lady's heart. Ah, really? Like, technically he is technically interested, but it's not just because he's interested. But you're not a chief editor, are you? That's right, I'm not a chief editor.
ですが研究には本当に興味がある
But it is true that I am interested in your
ただそ
research.
の理由は
But the reason why I am
あなたの
interested is
研究
because
が
you are
とある邪教と関
because
係
what
が
you
あ
are
る
researching is related to a cult organization.
チルロビグもその一員かもしれません
The Chilovik you mentioned is likely one of them.
邪教
Evil cult?
パラデウスこの名前に聞き覚え
Paradis, have you heard of this name? Orphaline showed a confused expression as she glanced at Eigla and shook her head slowly.
私の知る限りだとあなたが受けた
From the information I know, it is highly likely that what you have received is with the help of Paradis.
パラデウスあのドイツで有名な
Is that a well-known organization in Germany?
あれは汚染エリアで何千何
That is a cult that has existed for a long time, using thousands of people as test subjects in polluted areas to satisfy its ambitions.
昔滅んだはずなのですが
They're supposed to have been eliminated,
しました
but now this cult has resurged once again.
そして人体実験の成果が
So the so-called scientific aid you receive is likely the result of human experimentation.
嘘よいい加減
No, that's impossible! What nonsense are you talking about?
エピフィラムのことを思い出してください
Do you remember those pippin flowers?
粒子の媒体となる植物など
Those so-called plants used to carry particles that are not naturally produced at all.
あれは何者かが明確な意志を持って
That was intentionally cultivated and designed to spread collapsed particles in polluted areas, damaging and mutating plants in the living areas of people there.
そんなことができる人間
Who can use these things, and where do those plants come from? Do you have no idea?
そんなこと
I don't. Orphaline's widened her eyes and looked at me, but then she moved her gaze away. As the young lady of the Girard group, she couldn't really know nothing. While she tried hard to refute me, her personality prevented her from telling lies.
そこまで
You said enough?
昼食のお時間の前に
Before Miss Orphaline starts having lunch, I must help her sleep away everything that may affect her appetite. Eigla aimed her handgun at me.
編集長まずはあなたか
You're
ら
excellent, let's start with you. Like, stop trying to kill him! Just like, seriously? It's like, seriously, stop! Orphaline struggled to stand up, raised her arms, and came between me and Eigla.
お嬢様下がってください
Miss, please step back. The sound of Eigla made a panic for the first time, but the gun in my hand remained stable. Or her hand, probably.
イグラ
Listen to me, Eigla.
あなたはずっと私のことを守って
You've always protected me and made decisions for me and solved all my problems for me. But this time, I have to face it myself.
それくらいの勇気もなければ世界を変える
If I don't even have the courage to face these things, what right do I have to claim that I want to change the world? Orphaline's voice no longer had deliberate arrogance, but a mixture of firmness and fragility. Eigla's hand trembled slightly, and finally slowly lowered her gun. Orphaline slowly turned around and looked at me.
チルロビグが邪教に所属しているかもし
You
れない
just said that Chilovik may belong to a cult organization.
人体実験なんてそんなの
Using
許されていい
human
わけ
subjects
じゃ
for
ない
experiments is definitely not good.
でもあの子からは
But what I feel from her is the passion and sincerity for herbology.
たとえあの子が悪い人でもあの子の知識で研究が
Even if she really is a bad person, the knowledge she brought has indeed made substantial progress in my research.
でもそれは無数の悲劇の上に成り立ってるんです
But
よ
this knowledge is built on the tragic experiences of countless innocent people.
そうかもしれないわ
No, you don't understand what I mean.
あなたの言ったことが本当だとしても
Even what you said is true. As long as
世界中の人々を救う
the Paradise
ことができ
Project
る
is successfully launched, as long as everything that I have envisioned can be realized, we will bring great benefits to the whole world. Like, the ends justify the means. Those who suffer from reading sickness, those who struggle to survive in the yellow zone, can all be redeemed. Knowledge is not wrong, even if it's brought by mistakes. Can I put it on the right track? Is that also wrong? Did you see my demonstration before? The use of energy converted from radiation can be greatly improve production efficiency, enhance people quality of life, and help countless people liberate themselves from meaningless, repetitive labor. At that time, everyone can devote themselves to creative production. If we are about to end the world, can you still rationally think that my research results are evil? Hey. I bet somewhere in the background, if Griffin actually is the father, I bet he's clapping his hands right now like, yes, that's right, my daughter. That's right. You learned from your father. Science has no inherent position, and the quality of the research results depends solely on how people use it. Can you be sure that your research results will be used in this way? Indeed, science has no position, but those who use sciences have a position. When you cannot control the power brought by science, its position will no longer be altered by your will. And the wrong method can never lead to the right path. This is something I have personally experienced before. You have also experienced what happened in Frankfurt, so you should know best what happened at that time. Can you really control what the collapsed particles will be used for when they are collected by those collapsed fifth flowers? Hold up. Are they dropping a hint of what changed in Frankfurt? If Commander is saying that she should know what science can do by Frankfurt, did it change from a military attack? Did it actually become an outbreak? And can you control the number of particles that you can collect for for Paradise Project? What do you mean? Frankfurt was not retconned. Then explain linting. Things definitely changed from how we saw in Frankfurt during Frontline 1. It absolutely did. To say that it didn't would be a straight up lie. At the scene of a certain incident I experienced, a number of victims were found being placed in petri dishes. That is an illegal underground laboratory where the victims are stuffed into jars like animals, and there are also plants similar to those in your research in the jars. They were cultured in living bones, even Buja, which would not have been possible in the short term without high density particle irradiation.
そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば、ブージャムの量産すら実現
With the technology of concentrated particles, not to mention skeletons, perhaps even Boojum can be mass-produced.
あなたの研究がどれほどの被害を
Since you are so familiar with your research, you should know how much harm can be caused if you use a huge amount of black particles accumulated by your plan.
それでも正しいと言い切れますか
So Horn, you're basically just saying what I've been saying this entire time, that there are differences between what we saw in Ghost Frontline 1 and what we're hearing now in Ghost Frontline 2. If you're saying this is either a different timeline, you're outright admitting that things have changed. Do you think this is also the right thing to do?
それはそんなこと全然知らない。
I had no idea there was such a thing.
イグラは知ってるの？
Eigla, have you heard of this? Orphaline's voice trembled, her hands hanging weakly beside her. She no longer tried to maintain a proud image, but genuinely revealed confusion and fear.
お嬢様。
Miss,
イグラ、本当のことを教えて。
to be honest, I want to hear the truth.
先日ジラードグループ管轄の衛星都市で似たような事件が起き
Recently, a similar attack occurred on the outskirts of the satellite city. As it is under the jurisdiction of the Girard security group, I conducted a brief investigation to this matter.
ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれたので詳細は分かりま
But
せん
later on, this matter was taken over by Namfa, and I don't know more about the specifics.
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
That means what the editor-in-chief just said is a real fact.
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルドビグ様
I can only say that something similar happened, but it has nothing to do with your research, Miss. Nor is there any evidence to prove that it has anything to do with Miss Chilovic.
そう。
Orphaline clenched her fist and dared not to look at me. She turned her back and commanded Eigla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。私の研究を悪用する奴がいたら、絶対に許さない。
Eigla, I'll order you to investigate this matter immediately. Thoroughly investigate. If anyone dares to use my research for such a thing, it is absolutely unforgivable.
今ですか
Now?
ええ、そうよ。この研究
Yes.
はより良い未来へ導くための
This
ことなの
knowledge is
よ。
for a better future. Previous mistakes can be corrected,
ですが
but
この者たちは
how should these people be dealt with?
返してあげて。
Let them go.
それはできません
Miss Orphaline, we absolutely cannot let them go.
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
Why, didn't you just want to give them some money to never set foot in Lviv?
状況が変わりました
Situation's different now.
この者たちが技術援助の件を
If they are released, once they expose your acceptance of external scientific aid, your research will be destroyed in an instant.
それがあなたの望む結果ですか
Do you really want to see such a result? Orphaline turned around and gathered the courage to look at me again.
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露すること
If your only purpose of coming here is to expose this matter, then you do it freely.
私は自分の研究が
I believe that my research, regardless of its origin, is the future of this world.
世界のためになると信じている。私の立場は変わらない。科学はあくまで道具
I still
であって
hold the same view.
善悪はない
Science has no inherent position,
それがどう使わ
and
れ
the
るか
quality
は
of a
人間
research
次第
result depends solely on how people use it.
私の研究は絶対に
I believe I have the
悪用しない
power to ensure that my research is used on the right path.
楽園計画は明日から正式に始まる。それを見たあなたが意見を変えることを
The Paradise Project will officially start tomorrow. I hope that when the experiment starts tomorrow, you who have seen everything will change your current thoughts. She reached out and pressed down on the gun in Eigla's hand. Orphaline was no longer the arrogant young lady, but had a fragile yet resolute temperament. Let them go. After all, they just saved me. I don't want to owe them any favors. Looking at Orphaline, complacent emotions flashed in her eyes, and she finally nodded. As you wish, Miss Orphaline. Orphaline followed Eigla out of the air raid shelter, and people from the Girard group and the security department had already crowded every corner of the research institute. They boarded a luxurious sedan and gradually drifted away. Behind them, a group of dolls had suddenly followed them. Alright. Oh, a new day happened. That's funny. Well, that's good because we need to stop anyway. How long was that? I don't know. Long enough. I think it was like 50 minutes. With Girlsland players actually discuss the lore. Yeah. I don't know, we discuss lore all the time, so that's pretty funny. I guess that feeling of not knowing what's going on is a nice feeling. What's your opinion so far? I'm liking it. Yeah, we can say wait good. Now just to go back to the topic before, it is possible that everything stayed the same, but with Ghost Frontline 1 still going on, there could be like a part 2 Frankfurt attack, and that is possible. I would find that a weird thing to do, but it's possible. But my whole point is that the Frankfurt that we know of, the Frankfurt incidents that we know of, is currently incorrect. And so we don't exactly know what's going on. It could be that things have changed, or it could be that things are being added on to. Or it can be that we're in a different timeline. There's a lot going on, and we haven't had a definitive answer yet. Right now, we have two characters that are part of Frankfurt, but we have never heard of before. Lentine and Orphaline. I just think that it was incorrect Miko changing Epilogue Part 1. So here's the thing. They've already addressed some problems with it. It can be explained in universe on the things that the epilogue got completely wrong. Like for example, assuming that Dandelion is a doll, and they address it in the epilogue, saying that Dandelion having doll parts was completely wrong in the first place. So that just confirmed that both the Commander and Lunacia didn't exactly die during that crash, but in the tank. And we already know for sure because the commander is alive by the end of it. But the main issue right now is that where they're at right now, we have no idea where they're going. They could be going completely metaphysically, where in like we're going to be fucking with the timeline, or they will actually rewrite sections of what happened in Frankfurt, because everyone pretty much agrees that the Frankfurt section was not good. So there's a lot of ways it can still go. And until they make some very definitive statements, retcons are still on the table, and a lot of things are still on the table. I think Frankfurt is more than just a battle. In all honesty, Frankfurt should have been like a very huge event. But usually huge events at Ghost Frontline really is just a large battle. And that battle lasts for like an hour or a few hours. So we can't say for sure how long is supposed to last. We do know that the commander became the hero of Frankfurt. But everyone kind of knew who the hero of Frankfurt was. At least in Ghost Frontline 1, I don't believe the commander ever showed his face in front of everyone, unless they just happened to know him from him directly rescuing everybody. But the commander never showed up on TV. But in Ghost Frontline 2, the commander is effectively a public figure for anyone who was involved in Battle of Frankfurt, which is why Orphaline kind of sort of recognizes him. But she hasn't put two and two together yet, because it's been 10 years, so obviously. And also, she was young. If she's in her 20s, then she was a teenager back then. The Jetty Cat? I think it's just a cameo. A nod to another game in the series. Yeah, we'll have to find out more of what's going on. Yeah, Linteen like super recognized us, like super recognized. Like it was even like a little bit of a thought. It was instant. I think the only real thing that is like a giant ass question mark is Nadia, RPK 16. Her showing up in Alva's mind like that. She's definitely would not be the first person that Alva would think of to be her savior. But RPK was there in her mind, and she rescued 94. So it could just be, I'm just saying this, it could just be that Nadia is actually a defense program inside 94. That can just be a very realistic, plausible, and not confusing explanation, you know? It'd be a very straightforward explanation. What about Angelia? That is part of the nightmare. The whole nightmare is getting 94 fucked up enough from seeing Angie die. It's a big question. Well, in Ghost Line 1, AKU-12 does straight up kill like the last trace of Nadia. But it's also possible that this Nadia that showed up inside 94 was another backup to another backup, right? Yeah, Samuel, I know that the theory that she's an Ogus, but I don't see any trace of that. Also, 94 doesn't have an Ogus compatibility. About the Ants backup? No, I don't think so. So where's AK-12? I believe she's undercover. They talked about it in part 1. RK-16 1.0, yeah. Getting revived thing. That's not really a surprise, to be honest. That's just typical Nito stuff. Yeah, like, the woman's a Nito, so having backup bodies is not a surprising thing. Becoming Psycho Mantis. But okay, it's getting close to being past that hour. I really should go, even though I want to talk about this more. I guess there's always the Discord. I would not recommend talking about it on Twitter, just so you can avoid not avoid spoilers, but yeah, actually avoid spoilers, because we're not even done. I will continue on Thursday. So I will see you guys then. You guys take care. Just to kill her up again. Kind of already did that, to be honest.